Tradoon. Tradoon. Very spectacular. Spare no expense.
Kirsten Gaines gifted a Tier 1 sub to Dr. Diplodocus. They have given 14 gift subs in the channel.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing, and a very, very happy Thursday Birdsday to one and all. So glad you could make it today. Glad you're here. We're gonna have a fun stream. Man, are we gonna have a fun stream. Very excited to talk about birds today, talk about their dinosaurian origins, and share some bird photos submitted by viewers. So, somebody type an exclamation mark birds right there. Because it's Thursday Birdsday. If it might be your very first time here today, then let me give you an extra special welcome. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies... what? Fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. So I dig up dinosaur fossils with various museums across the western US. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and nowadays this has somehow become my full-time job here on Twitch. This is, believe it or not, how I make my living, through doing live streams every weekday, talking about dinosaurs, talking about fossil science in general, trying to kind of peel back the curtain and give you an inside peek into how paleontology works. And I do that by answering your questions, going over some of the latest fossil news, new publications, new discoveries in paleontology. Yeah, and this summer, hopefully, if the equipment works the way it's advertised, I'm going to be doing some live streams from the field, live streaming some dinosaur digs in Wyoming and Utah. So stick around for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. Anyway, before we get into our Thursday Birdsday festivities, and before we share some fossil news too, let me scroll up to the top of chat, and we'll see who's here, and say hello to everybody. I've already lost the top of chat, holy cow. But I recall, I think it was Kodali and Claire Burr. Science streams are way up there at the top. But yeah. We've also got XF Kirsten. How you doing, Kirsten? Welcome, welcome. And Kirsten Games. Two Kirstens here. Sometimes the twain shall meet. Welcome, Kirstens. It's good to have you here. Lenina, how are things going with you? Thank you for everything you do, Lenina. It's great to see you. Hope all is well. And Golganak, what's shaking with you? Howdy, Golganak. Always lovely to see you. Lordy is here too. Lordy, are you still here? Or have you gone to start your stream? I'll totally understand if you have. But, it's lovely to see you in chat, Lordy. Smorphosaurus is here too. Howdy, Smorphosaurus. How are you doing? And Dr. Diplodocus has returned to us. Good afternoon to you too, Dr. Diplodocus. Welcome. Yeah. I was just writing about your namesake earlier today, Diplodocus. Yeah. Diplodocus carnegii. So named after the person who funded the expedition which ended up finding those remains of Diplodocus. Pretty cool. Yeah, Afro Bandit Girl, how are you doing? Welcome. You have special Thursday Birdsday pics? Excellent. Throw them into the Discord, Afro Bandit Girl, and we will review them when we do our Thursday Birdsday celebration. Brow, how are you doing? Welcome, Brow. Good to see you. And let's see, who else do we have got? Neilf. Howdy, Neilf. Hope things are good with you. Go for Fluffernut. How are you doing, Fluff? Howdy. And is it Claire's 5th streamiversary today? Should we say hello to Claire real quick? Yeah. Let's see, there we go. Claire's stream. Always just an explosion of emotes and GIFs and all kinds of stuff. Just... yeah. Should come with an epilepsy warning. Claire Bird, thank you for everything you do. Awesome. It is Claire's 5th streamiversary today. Holy cow. Let me gift her a sub real quick to celebrate. There we go. That should do it. Yeah. And what is this? Yeah, very nice. Anyway, thank you, Claire, one of our long-term moderators and most stalwart supporters. Appreciate you, Claire. Yeah. Let's see. Wet Duke, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Mighty Draz has returned mightily. How you doing, Draz? Good to have you here. Who else have we got? Call me Farf. Farf is back too. How are you doing, Farf? I'm glad you liked that version of Wipeout from the before the cold open video. Yeah. Iacane Powder, how are you doing, Iacane? Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. I hope things are good with you, Iacane. Welcome back. It's great to see you. Yeah. But yeah. Good afternoon, Lord of the Intros. Danny, how are you doing, Subsonic Flight? Thanks for gracing our channel once again. How are you doing, Subsonic? Roses and tea? R.I.P. indeed. Those poor hobbits. They were... You know, that's why they call them birds of prey. Because they prey on smaller creatures. Such as, for instance, hobbits. Apparently. Yeah. And Jenny ACW, how are you doing? I haven't seen your name here before. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Jenny. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Holy cow. Yeah. Mikey Likes is here too. How are you doing, Mikey Likes? Welcome. Dr. Tara. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Yeah. Shoot, Dr. Tara, I should see if I could pull up some of those links that you posted yesterday. Because we might have a chance to cover some of those before we do our Thursday Birdsday celebration. But yeah. And Lordy is still here, or was still here at the time of typing those messages. Thank you, Lordy. Hey, you have a great stream, Lordy. And Claire, congratulations to you. Holy moly. Amazing. Yeah. And CMC Airboss, how are you doing, Airboss? Welcome back. Almost down to the bottom of chat, Miss Yvette. How are things with you? It's good to have you here. And, yeah. Awesome. Oh, and Vigilanta says, Danny, did you just call them GIFs? I did. Yeah, the little motion, you know, that image format that supports, sometimes it supports transparent backgrounds, but it can also support, like, animation. Yeah, I say GIFs. I know other people say GIFs. You know, it's whatever. Tomato, potato. But yeah. Can't wait for the bird picks. Yeah, Miss Yvette. It's gonna be fun today. Holy cow. And, my bird pick is actually a second-hand bird pick today. And I will explain why in a bit. So yeah. And maybe shout out Claire's channel? The addressing it? Of course. Golganek, yeah. Give Claire a shout out. And, hard G, it stands for Graphic Interchange Format. Well, that's definitely a J sound there, Vigilanta. Graphic Interchange Format? For interchanging giraffes? Yeah. Danny's a Birdsday cheat. I am a Birdsday cheat, Lordy, and I'll show you why in a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Freya Eloise, how are you doing? Welcome. Origin TT. What's shaking with you? It's good to have you here. Welcome back. Yeah. And Jenny ACW says, I'm good. I'm watching with my other half, Museica. The good questions he asks is because of me. Oh, good to know, Jenny. Good to know. Yeah. Thanks for being here, Jenny. Appreciate you. Yeah. But yeah. Why don't we go ahead and jump into some fossil news real quick? Because we've got some exciting things to talk about today. Some of you may have already heard tell of a new sauropod skull. Sauropod skulls are extraordinarily rare to the point where, you know, sometimes we joke that they didn't exist, that sauropod dinosaurs didn't actually have skulls in some cases. Sauropods are, of course, the long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. You know, often the first image that comes to mind when people hear the word dinosaur. They think of a sauropod. You know? Sauropods. 4 legs, long neck, long tail. The biggest animals to ever walk our planet were sauropods. And they tend to have very small heads that are kind of wispy. When you've got a really, really long neck, you don't want a big, heavy, clunky head at the end of that. You want that head, that skull, to be as lightweight as possible. So it tends to be made of very lightweight, kind of strappy bones. The head itself might only weigh a few pounds, compared to the entire animal, which could weigh, I don't know, close to 100 tons. In the case of the very, very largest sauropods, at least 70 tons. But yeah, holy cow, when you've got a crazy long neck like these Mamenchisaurs, you want a very lightweight head at the end of it. So you're not just dragging it along the ground, you know? So yeah. Oh, and Dr. Terra, I think I have that on there too. Yeah. Some of the flora that would have lived alongside Spinosaurus. Fortunately, that's in the journal Cretaceous Research. It's not going to be accessible to us. But this is open access, as I understand it. So Kerry Woodruff, old friend of mine and colleague, sauropod expert. He says, check out this new Diamantinosaurus matildae skull. And for any Australians here in the audience, you should feel a swell of patriotic pride. For a genuine Australian dinosaur. Good on you there. An amazingly complete skull from this Upper Cretaceous Australian titanosaur. In addition to an exquisite cranial description, the paper has loads of other sauropod goodies throughout. And let us take a look. It is... open access. Non-paywalled. And here is the link right there in the chat for you. Excellent stuff. A nearly complete skull of the sauropod dinosaur Diamantinosaurus matildae from the Upper Cretaceous Winton Formation of Australia and implications for the early evolution of titanosaurs. Good stuff. Biosalad Girk says, nice sauropod, mate. Why? She's a beaut. Yeah, excellent stuff. Here, let's look up a picture of Diamantinosaurus, first of all, who I believe is a titanosaur? Diamantinosaurus, there we go. Pretty large animal there. And this is apparently as much of it as we had in the past. From the left and right sides. I like when you've got two skeletals side by side like this. And they actually have the images of the bones there, which is really neat, too. I love that. Like, that's really well done. But now we've got the skull also, which is really, really exciting. So I give you a link to the paper, but here is a press write-up for it. Let's take a look at this first, before we dive into the paper. Yeah. Is our local dinosaur Dave involved somehow? I'm not sure, Roses and Tea. Yeah. Titanosaurian sauropod dinosaurs were diverse and abundant throughout the Cretaceous period, with a global distribution. I think they've been found on... at least 6 continents, if not 7. I don't know if we have titanosaur material from Antarctica yet. We might, actually. List of Antarctic dinosaurs. That's Australian and Antarctic dinosaurs. Australia and Antarctica used to be linked. Let's see. Australotitan is from Australia. Yeah. Let's just word search Antarctica here. Yeah. Glacialosaurus is a prosauropodomorph. That's a theropod. Morosaurus, I think, is an ornithopod. Trinosaura, another ornithopod. Yeah. So we don't have any titanosaurs yet from Antarctica, but it is hypothesized that Diamantinosaurus got to Australia by migrating through Antarctica. which is pretty cool. So, presumably, titanosaurs, some of the largest animals to ever walk the earth, among the very largest dinosaurs ever, they probably arrived in Australia via Antarctica, which is pretty cool. So yeah. It's from late Cretaceous Winton Formation of Queensland, Australia, represented by 3 specimens, including one that preserves a brain case and several other skull elements. On their new paper, paleontologists from Curtin University and elsewhere described the 4th specimen of Diamantinosaurus matildae that preserves a more complete skull, including numerous skull elements not previously known for this species, as well as a partial skeleton. Very, very exciting. Sauropod skulls are exceedingly rare. So, like, the number of sauropods that have been named throughout the world is... we've got at least a few hundred. I would say probably fewer than 50 of those do we have any skull material at all, let alone anything close to a complete skull. So yeah. Doodler Stargazer says maybe they are more delicate. The skulls are definitely more delicate. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And harder shape to hold with thin bone. Yeah. There's a number of reasons why the skulls of these animals are not often preserved. One of them is just that the skulls are so fragile in the first place. They're made of very lightweight, kind of strappy, thin bones for the most part. Maybe the heads were also just particularly tasty. So, like, maybe scavengers love to just bite off the head and eat it. But also the connection between the skull and the neck may have been not the strongest either, especially after death. So the skull would just kind of pop off. Yeah, if that makes sense. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question there, Kirsten Games. Yeah. Let's see. Nicknamed Aeon, the new specimen preserves a more complete skull, including numerous skull elements not previously known for Diamantinosaurus. Aeon is the first sauropod dinosaur found in Australia to include most of the skull, and also the first Diamantinosaurus matildae specimen to preserve a back foot, which is pretty cool. Yeah. I was lucky enough to be involved in this Australian first discovery. Being able to lead the research on these fossils was a huge privilege, says Curtin University paleontologist Stephen Poropat. This skull gives us a rare glimpse into the anatomy of this enormous sauropod that lived in northeast Australia almost 100 million years ago. Very, very cool. Yeah. And this is really gorgeous. Really, really lovely. Gaining a better understanding of this species might explain why titanosaurs were so successful across so much of the world right up until the end of the age of dinosaurs. We suggest that sauropods were traveling between Australia and South America via Antarctica during the mid-Cretaceous period, Dr. Poropat said. So, let me show you what he means about that. Let's go to, say, 120 million years ago. There we go. So, or let's actually try 150. There we go. So we've got a ton of sauropod dinosaurs from South America here. South America used to be connected to Africa, and also to Antarctica right here, and Australia, India, and Madagascar. All together like that. So the hypothesis here is that these animals would have had basically a land bridge that they could walk across from southern South America, across Antarctica, and then up into Australia right here. So it's really neat that we've got this, like, paleogeographical evidence in the form of dinosaur fossils. Really, really cool stuff. It's definitely something worth getting excited about. So pretty neat, you know? Yeah. So here is a link to the press page right here. There we go. But yeah. Oh, we were just talking about a Dilophosaurus the other day, Dr. Tara. This is good stuff. Looking at Dr. Tara's messages. We talked about the Tarchia discovery last week, Dr. Tara. Thank you. Yeah. Good stuff. I'm getting those steps done in. There you go, Ghostly Ghoul. migrating from South America across Antarctica and into Australia. Pretty neat. Let me see if I can find you a video that kind of explains this a bit. Talking about those sauropods. Let's see here. I think it should be in here. Somewhere here. Is it here? Let's try this.
Antarctica after all. With or without polar adaptations.
Ah.
We know that dinosaurs emerged after the fourth extinction event at the end of the
Hey,
Triassic
DT, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
to become the dominant species in the Jurassic period, including in Antarctica.
Yep.
But why? A major change in the climate occurred around the start of the Jurassic.
Oh, and holy cow, I did get some mail, Roses NT. I did indeed, actually. I got a padded mailer from Australia, actually. So maybe we'll open that up in a minute. Could that be from you, Roses NT? Yeah.
Which produced the perfect environment for the emerging dinosaur plant eaters that would become abundant.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
The rich ecosystem was created by the Great Split of the continents 180 million years ago.
So this is what I'm talking about. This continent splitting apart and taking the dinosaurs along with them.
Laurasia, the northern section, parts company with the southern section, Gondwana, with Antarctica the most southern part.
Yeah.
Between the two landmasses, a sea floods in.
Mm-hmm.
This, the Tethys Sea, draws moisture to the land and changes the climate around the world into a hot, humid jungle planet. The Jurassic.
Yeah, and there's your Titanosaurs there.
But
Beautiful.
even with the abundant dinosaur fossils from the Jurassic period worldwide, it continues to be a Herculean challenge to identify fossils embedded in Antarctica's frozen rock.
Oh yeah, not easy to work there. Although I really, really want to.
Fossils are
Holy
so
cow.
badly preserved. A prehistoric animal is identified only through its teeth.
Yeah, teeth are small and diagnostic enough
Preserved
where.
better than many other parts of the animal.
Yeah.
Like this rare discovery of amphibian teeth in a 2011 expedition.
Yeah.
When I came here, I was excavating a piece of bone from this position here, and I thought this was fossil wood. You can see this very dark material.
No, that looks like a jaw. Are those teeth? What is that?
Excavating here, this little block dropped off, and to reveal.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh yeah.
of
Look at those teeth.
amphibian teeth.
Beautiful.
We've got a nice specimen with its teeth in, and so this is definitely a collectible one.
Excellent. No, shoot, what's this guy's name? I know him. He's from South Africa. I've met him before at SVP, I feel. It's not Robert Broom. It's,
Teeth in, and
I don't
so this
remember.
is definitely a collectible one.
But yeah, really well-known vertebrate
This
paleontologist,
early
works on
Jurassic
Permian stuff.
creature was also discovered by a single upper
Roger Smith. That's it, Andy. Roger Smith. Yeah.
Tritylodonts.
Yeah.
Warm-blooded, they may have possessed some sort of fur. A proto
Yeah, anyway, but I was trying to find the part with the Titanosaurs migrating across Antarctica to get to South America, because I think that hypothesis is actually brought up in this documentary, but I haven't found that part yet. Shoot. Yeah, darn it. Is it here? Yeah, here we go.
even evidence that the largest dinosaurs on Earth had used
Yeah.
Antarctica as a land bridge.
Pretty neat. making their way into Australia, across
But how
Antarctica.
did ancient forests, plants, and prehistoric animals thrive in a polar continent that endures 4 months of complete darkness every year?
Ooh, well, to find out, you might just have to watch the rest of this. And the link is right there in the chat for you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And Oopium, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. How are things? Welcome. Yeah. Raven, how are you doing? Howdy. And Christie's Art Nook, Hatzegopteryx. We'll see if we have time to talk about Hatzegopteryx. Yeah. Here, let's take a quick look at this paper beforehand. And I just want to show you some of the figures in this, because this is really exciting. It's so rare that we get sauropod skulls that I want to give this its due attention. So yeah, pretty neat. From North Australia there. And we have got... Look at this, just gorgeous. Lots and lots of material from this, and they've scanned it all into the computer so they can actually, like, rotate it in 3D. This is really, really lovely. I wonder if this information would actually be available. I'm sure it would be available to other researchers on request if they wanted to 3D print some of this material, but it's really lovely. This is really, really nice. I don't know if I'd want to 3D print it because it would require a lot of restoration work, but I'm 3D printing another dinosaur skull right now as we speak. Another piece of our big full-size Allosaurus skull, which will be done, I don't know, hopefully by the end of the summer, something like that. We'll see. But I'm printing another piece of the lower jaw for this Allosaurus. And, pretty excited. Yeah. And, yeah. And I'm doing well, Raven. I'm glad you are too. Yeah. And, this is Regent Cool Roses and Tea. Very cool. Yeah. So yeah, Diamantinosaurus. New skull of that critter, which is pretty neat. Now here we've got another piece of fossil news. And, shoot, you know what? I totally forgot to play our fossil news video sting. So here's that. All right, welcome everybody back to Fossil News. And I think Christie's Art Nook wanted us to talk about Hatzegopteryx. We can take this opportunity to do that a little bit. It's the same kind of pterosaur as we've got from here in Morocco, the Chemchem group. Spinosaurus has also been reported from the Chemchem group of Morocco. Although whether or not it's actually Spinosaurus itself or a related kind of animal is still up for debate. But yeah, as darkoid pterosaurs are ones who look like this. Let's look up Hatzegopteryx. Yeah. These guys were enormous flying reptiles. This is kind of the lower estimate for size. They were pretty huge. They were pretty huge animals. Some of the largest animals to ever fly. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Most of these guys are known from very fragmentary material. So what the actual shape of their skull was and what kind of crest they had is... You'll see different interpretations of that online from different artists. Because we really don't know. The amount of material that we have from these guys is pretty paltry. So anytime somebody finds even another scrap, that's pretty exciting. Yeah, Hatzegopteryx, which I think is from Romania, right? Yeah. From Transylvania, a region in Romania. Yeah. The largest of these remains indicate it was among the biggest pterosaurs with an estimated wingspan of 10 to 12 meters. That's 33 to 39 feet of wingspan there. That's like probably bigger than a Piper Cub aircraft. Like, these are big flying animals. Way bigger, way bigger than anything we have today. Honestly, much bigger than anything we've ever had in the form of birds since then. So yeah, there's a size estimate next to the largest ever flying bird that we know of in orange, right there. And then the largest modern flying bird, the Royal Albatross. So, much larger, as you can see. Yeah. Airbus says, my Piper Cup is a 35-foot, 1-inch wingspan. So yeah, these pterosaurs probably had a bigger wingspan than your aircraft, which is nuts, right? Yeah. Charlie Rex says, Belauer also lived alongside it, right? It very well might have. Belauer, I think, is also from Romania. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're, if Hatzegopteryx and Belauer are from the same formation. In fact, they might be. Yep, there you go. You got it, Charlie Rex. Yes, indeed. There's Belauer right there. This weirdo theropod with double toe claws. It might be a dromaeosaur, it might be something else. We're not totally sure what this animal is. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting critter, Belauer. So yeah. And Jenny A says, Danny, wouldn't their skulls be like honeycombs, like the rest of their bones, to make them light enough to fly? Yes, absolutely, Jenny. Holy cow. Yeah, here, let me show you a clip. Let's see here. Let's try this.
And it attracts one of the largest flying animals that has ever lived on planet Earth.
Pretty impressive. Look at that. What a ridiculous animal. How awesome is that? Yeah.
A giant pterosaur, Quetzalcoatlus.
Very cool. Yeah. And yeah, Christie's, their skulls would have to be remarkably light to allow them to take into the air. They're like styrofoam almost.
Her wings are over 30 feet across.
Very impressive.
And she's come here for one particular reason.
So cool. Beautiful animal indeed, Golganek, yeah. Just astonishing. And yet, forward swept wings. I mean, that's just kind of... That's a result of their ancestry.
The small islands created by the rising waters are just the place for her to lay her eggs.
So yeah, you want... If you're going to design like a fighter jet or something like that, you want back-swept wings. You know, like an F-86 Sabre or something like that. It's one of the, I think, earliest combat jets to have, you know, a swept wing design. But these guys are dealing with a different body plan. Like, evolution doesn't start with a, like an ideal design and then go from there. You work with what you were handed down from your ancestors. So with pterosaurs like this, yeah. Their wing membrane is made up primarily from their fourth finger. So see here where it says phalanges of digit 4? That's their ring finger. So the hand is right here. And they've got their thumb, their index finger, and their middle finger right here. And then their fourth finger actually forms the rest of the wing membrane. Right there. Which is crazy. Like, their fourth finger is super, super, super long. And it's like, at the proximal end, it's just as thick as their metacarpals there, which is kind of nuts, right? So their wing structure, it's not their pinky, it's their fourth finger. Digit 4 right here. Their ring finger right here. So yeah. Pretty neat. Here, this will show you that too. Yep. Yeah. So the skin membrane would stretch probably from their ankle all the way down to the tip of their fourth finger right here. So again, this is their fourth finger, their ring finger, which is also their wing finger. The word pterodactyl actually means wing finger. Although we don't often use that term very much in the sciences, pterodactyl. Pterosaur is our name for this group of creatures, pterosaurs. So yeah, pretty cool, right? Yeah. Really, really neat. Yeah. So yeah. And Dr. Terra says, still think this would be the most terrifying creature to encounter in the Cretaceous? I mean, yeah. Walking around on the ground, this would be a formidable animal. And we do think they spent a lot of time on the ground. I mean, look at that. It's like a giant killer giraffe.
Quetzalcoatlus are certainly masters of flight, but they're also, perhaps surprisingly, very competent on the ground.
Yeah, look at this.
Each wing is supported by the single greatly elongated bone of her fourth finger.
What'd I tell you?
By turning her wings upwards, she can walk very effectively on all fours.
Imagine that you're just going on a stroll through the woods, and then you hear something crunching along through the undergrowth, and you turn around behind you and you look, and this animal's stalking up behind you, and it's like 16 feet tall, close to 20 feet tall maybe. And yes, indeed, they were carnivorous, Caledon. Yeah.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time. What lives will they destroy? What types of panic and terror will they create?
Excuse me.
Have arrived to wreak some sweet
Still getting over that cold. Thank you, Octavius King, for the raid. How are you doing, Octavius King? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are things, and how was your stream? How are the rats and the rabbit doing? I hope everybody had a wonderful stream with you. I'm sure they did. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If anybody's here for the very first time, like maybe you, carbonated dipping jam. Sounds delicious. Sign me up. Hello to you too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We're just talking about these remarkable creatures. Pterosaurs, these big Asdarchid pterosaurs. Truly astonishing animals. Yeah, really, really neat. Look at that. Yeah. Holy cow. So yeah. And Stuart Kenny, how are you doing? Welcome. Wazik. Howdy. Megbop, what's shaking with you? Deepest Blue Dragon. Octi Raid, how are you doing, Deepest Blue? Hello. And Voltmog, what's shaking with you? Good to have you here. Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Holy moly. Once again, I hope your stream was wonderful, Octi. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you and the rats and the rabbit are all doing really, really well. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. I appreciate it. Do we have anybody new in chat who would appreciate...
32 feet long and 14 feet high.
Thank you.
1,500 teeth and not a single cavity.
Some good brush in there, Magic Cantex. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We raid in peace, says Jas and Wiki. Welcome, Jas, and welcome, Wiki. Good to have you here. Would anybody here like to see a welcome video to kind of introduce you to the channel, tell you why a paleontologist is on here in the first place, all that good stuff? if you would, type a number 1 into chat, and we'll kind of take chat's temperature about this. Farf would like one. Okay. Because if we get enough ones... If we get enough ones typed into chat, then legend has it that will summon the creature known as Previously Recorded Danny. Legend has it that if the music stops and enough ones show up in the chat, that Previously Recorded Danny will materialize and inform everyone as to why a paleontologist is here on Twitch and what this channel is all about and all that good stuff. And you know what? He's right behind me right now. So without further ado, I'm going to let Previously Recorded Danny take care of things here. Previously Recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, Present Day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Trierarchuncus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails always heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here, and I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Octavius King for that phenomenal raid. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for bringing everybody here. It's mostly through raids that new people find the channel, and I'm always grateful for those, so thank you, and welcome everybody who's new. Jenny had something nice to say too. It's so nice to see something academic on Twitch. You're in the right place, Jenny. I hope you feel welcome here. It's great to have you. Yeah. Also, as Lenina pointed out, I actually no longer teach like full-time like that anymore. That was when I first started streaming here on Twitch back in 2020 that I made that video. And in the time since then, my channel has grown to the point, because of this incredible level of support from loyal viewers, that I do this full-time now. I do this 5 days a week. This has become my full-time job. And I've somehow been able to make a living here. Been able to squeeze out enough income to support myself, support my research and my field work, and pay the bills. So thank you, everybody, for that support. That's pretty incredible. This summer, I'm going to be out digging dinosaurs again in Utah and in Wyoming. And I would like to take you along for the ride and do a bunch of live streams from the field to show you firsthand what it's like to dig dinosaurs out in the Badlands of the American West. I'm currently testing some equipment, and it's not going super well. I've not had good experiences with Starlink yet, so we might have to figure something else out. But yeah, and holy cow, speaking of support, Deepest Blue Dragon. Thank you very much for that. 5 gift subs from Deepest Blue Dragon.
With those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Deepest Blue. I really, really appreciate that. There are now 5 people in chat who will not have to watch any ads at all for the next 30 days. Thanks to your support, Deepest Blue Dragon. Thank you for your generosity. Yeah. Some days there's a lot of support, some days there's almost none. I think yesterday I got 1 gift sub the whole stream. But you know, so far it's been able to even out to the point where I've been able to make a living here, and I'm deeply grateful for that. So thank you again, Deepest Blue. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Jasmine Wiki says, how long have you been involved in this? Sir, you do not have to call me sir. Jas, you do not have to call me sir. We're real informal here. So don't worry about that. But how long have I been involved in this? I've been digging fossils since... oh, goodness. 2011 was my first summer in the field. Yeah. Did you get public funding support when digging up fossils? No. Just about never. Yeah. There have been a couple of times when my field crew got a grant for a couple $100. But I think that's maybe the most funding we've ever gotten. And even that was... I think that was through the Ceratopsian Fund. I don't remember, actually. But yeah. Almost all of our money has come through private donations when I've been working for various museums. Museum of the Rockies, Badlands Dinosaur Museum, Carter County Museum. And I suppose a little bit of funding that we got last year when I was working in Utah was public funding. But it's pretty paltry. Like, yeah, just basically enough money to pay for meals. We get one hot meal every day, which we would make in camp over a little propane stove. And that's really it. Yeah. I've gotten paid... Oop.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Scary Printer Sounds, thank you for subscribing. Holy cow. That is phenomenal. That's a gift sub that you just converted to a recurring sub, right, Scary Printer Sounds? Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. That really means a lot to me. I was just about to say that I think I had 2 summers when I actually got paid to do fieldwork. And Dinosaur Dave, thank you so much. Holy cow.
The Dinosaur Dave just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Holy moly. And Risa Degu, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that, Risa. Yeah. Dinosaur Dave, 5 gift subs. Thank you. We're now at 13 out of 50. We're a quarter of the way there. Slightly over a quarter of the way to our sub goal for the day. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah, I think there were... what was it? It was summer of 2013? I don't know if I got paid in 2014, but I got paid in 2015 and 2016. So 3 or 4 summers I've actually gotten paid for field work. And that was, you know, we were working 7 days a week, but I only got paid 5 days a week because we were getting paid through the university. And it was $10 an hour for, I think, 7 hours a day. Even though we'd work much longer than 7 hours every day. So yeah. I don't know. I've never made more money doing paleontology than I make right now through Twitch. And believe me, I'm not rolling in dough over here. But I certainly feel like it. And we have contributions from the Dinosaur Dave, Deepest Blue Dragon, etc. Thank you. I'm able to make just enough money to pay my bills and put away a little bit in savings. So I appreciate you for that tremendously. Yeah. So case in point, I was at the grocery store earlier today. And super excited that they had my favorite kind of ramen. Which hasn't been there for months and months. So we got like 8 packs of it. I'm like, oh boy, this is gonna be lunch for me for like 2 weeks. Stovetop ramen in the little packages. You know what I mean. So I do my best to live very frugally. And that's how I can afford to be able to do this full time, you know? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that's it right there, the chili kind. Ooh, boy. And it's vegetarian to boot. Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Or maybe it was this one. I don't know. Same deal. But it's good stuff. They almost never have the green kind there. And they had it today, so I got a whole bunch. So anyway, that's just to illustrate, you know, every time that you support this channel,
a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
like Bette Midler did right there. Thank you, some bean money. I can mix some beans in with my ramen. Thank you, Bette Midler. Appreciate you. Yeah, know that every bit that you cheer, every gift sub that you give helps support me, and it's not like I don't know, the most extravagant things that I'm buying will, you know, might be something like this. So thank you. Yeah. Seems paleontologists never get past college days, huh? Unless you land yourself a cushy tenure track, or tenure professor position, then, yeah, I don't know. I know paleontologists who live on, like, less than $12,000 a year in income. While teaching at a university, you know, as an adjunct professor. Matt M33, holy cow. Thank you. For those 5 gift subs, that is excellent.
Matt M33 really wants you to
Really appreciate that, Matt. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. Level 3 complete. If we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, that means some ukulele songs for everybody. If we get to a level 5 hype train, I break out the old ukulele, and I'll play you some songs about science live on the air. But yeah. And 12,000, that's criminal.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, thank you, Trogs. Really appreciate those 100 bits. Thank you. No, yeah. Shoot, Scary Printer sounds, an adjunct professor was making $12,000 a year. He was teaching several classes, and he actually had at least one graduate student, despite being an adjunct professor. Adjuncts are not supposed to have students. So he's basically doing the whole job.
Might have to get me some chili ramen. It is yum.
It is good. It's very good, Golganek. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Golganek. Yeah. Shoot, with that many bits, I could almost afford 2 of these. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah, this particular adjunct professor, he had I think, what was it? His degree was from Harvard, I think, and then he did a postdoc at Yale and maybe another postdoc at Princeton. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, he was making less than $12,000 a year. Teaching full-time, pulling in, like, big grants that's, like, bringing hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to the university. He's getting paid, like, $12,000 a year. And he was happy to have that job. I mean, we really get squeezed on all sides as academics. So, yeah. Why is it so underfunded these days? It's part of our land's earliest times and largest living mammals or reptiles. Exactly, Jess. I'm actually working on a video about that I want to upload to YouTube at some point. But, yeah. It's crazy because the work that we do as paleontologists helps us understand our place in time. You know, if we can understand the creatures that lived here on Earth before us, the creatures that lived alongside our ancestors, it gives us a better perspective on our place in time, our place in the universe. It's just as important as, like, space exploration, in my opinion. More important in certain regards, because we're studying the history of our very own planet. And if we want to preserve our home planet into the future, we have to understand the changes that it's undergone in the past. If we want to avoid the fate of the dinosaurs, except for birds, who are still around today, if we want to avoid extinction, it helps to know what causes extinctions. You know? Paleontology is incredibly important. It could end up... that knowledge could end up saving our species, you know? Would we be on the lookout for asteroids careening toward Earth in order to be able to deflect them and avoid a mass extinction if we didn't realize that big asteroids can cause extinction events? If we didn't have that knowledge that big asteroids can wipe out, you know, the majority of species on Earth, would there be any kind of impetus to be on the lookout for asteroids to try and deflect them in the future? So yeah, but I don't know. Oftentimes you'll find that the people who are best paid in our world are often the people whose jobs are the least important. People like teachers and janitors, garbage collectors, people without whom our society would collapse, you know? And they get paid garbage wages, oftentimes. Whereas you've got hedge fund managers and insurance executives and, you know, finance CEOs, people who are a total drain on society. And they're just, you know, making tens of millions of dollars per year. It kind of speaks to a sickness in our society. Oh, yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Rizu says, don't mess with sanitation workers. Yeah, look at Paris right now. Holy cow. Don't mess with sanitation workers. They are necessary for a functioning society. Absolutely, yes. Oh, yeah, yeah. And Fall Machine says, good luck paying off that student debt. Harvard, Yale, and Princeton on $12,000 a year. Yikes. Yeah. Shoot, if his wife weren't working and making more money than he was, he would not be able to survive. And they've got kids, too, Fall Machine. So, yeah. No, that's how much Elon Musk paid for Twitter. And he's going to lose all of that. He is running that platform into the ground. It's dying. Twitter is dying a painful death right now. Oh boy. Anyway. Yeah. All thankless jobs. Exactly, Afro Bandit Girl, yeah. Garbage collectors, gardeners, cleaners. Also teachers, nurses. You know, like various other, you know, public servants. Our society would be nowhere without them. And yet these are some of the worst paid people in our society. So, yeah, yeah. Mime, says Clockwork Ninja. Not in my experience, but maybe in your country, Clockwork Ninja. Yeah. I don't know. When I picture, I've never been to Paris, but when I picture Paris, you know, I picture the Eiffel Tower just being surrounded by thousands of mimes, all performing thankless public service jobs, you know, with accordion music playing in the background. Yeah. Grocery workers, Golganek. Yeah, absolutely. Truck drivers. Yeah, yeah. I haven't been to of course I haven't been to Paris, Aditya, no. Oh, boy. I like you, Aditya. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
SEF, but now new and improved SEPH Paleolul.
Welcome, Cephalime. I appreciate you, and thank you for the 15 months of support there. That is extraordinary. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air for the past 15 months. It's beautiful. It really is. Yeah. And Patrick Crusader says, not many fossils in Paris? Well, maybe not recently, but in the past, Paris... There was a time, Patrick Crusader, where Paris was like one of the epicenters of paleontology. With like Georges Cuvier studying fossils from beneath Paris. Extinction. Here we go. Yeah. Hey, we were looking at this a few days ago, but let's go through it again real quick. because this speaks to why paleontology is so important and the perspective that it gives us. I mean, without fossil science, we wouldn't really know anything about the history of life on our planet. So yeah, Meltdown says there are only fossils in Paris. Oh, Meltdown, okay. I think you're making a joke. Welcome, Meltdown.
Cuvier was a French scientist in the 19th century who was an expert at comparing animal species by their bones.
Baguette.
One day, he noticed something strange. Some of the fossil bones he was studying didn't quite match those of animals that were alive in his day. This discovery was very puzzling. In Cuvier's time, most people thought that all life had been created at once and had stayed the same through many, many generations up to the present day. Animals didn't change from one to another, and they certainly didn't disappear altogether. So where did these strange bones come from? To solve this puzzle, Cuvier got out of the museum and visited mines around Paris to study.
Yep. Yeah, and I think actually dug around under, like, in Paris proper, too. But yeah, fossil excavations in France actually helped Cuvier understand that, hey, there were all of these creatures that lived here that are now extinct. They're gone. They're no longer around. They are ex-creatures. They're pining for the fjords, etc.
Study rocks and their fossils. He noticed that strange bones seemed to be buried deep in older rocks, and as you moved up through younger and younger rocks, they disappeared entirely.
Yep.
That gave him an idea. Some animals are not found today because they completely died out thousands, even millions of years ago, and the history of their appearance and disappearance is preserved in the rocks. Cuvier identified more than 24 of these extinct species, leading him to think about revolutions, dramatic periods when many animals went extinct, as an essential part of the history of life on Earth. Today, 5 mass extinctions are known to have occurred, and while we think of evolution as the main force that drives new adaptations and forms, mass extinction events also play a large role by creating ecological niches for different species to occupy. You might say that thanks to Cuvier, our knowledge of abrupt changes in the history of life is rock solid.
Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. One of those creatures, one of those groups of creatures that ended up going extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, which had been remarkably successful until then, were these guys. And Dinosaur Dave, I will see you after breakfast. Enjoy. Yeah. These big old pterosaurs. Holy moly. Yeah.
And it attracts one of the largest flying animals that has ever lived on planet Earth.
Yeah. As the darked pterosaurs, like Quetzalcoatlus here. And Golganek, we still have time to prevent the 6th extinction, or at least slow it down. Mass extinctions mean when you've got more than 50% of species going extinct, and we're not there yet, Golganek. But we could get there. Yeah.
The giant pterosaur, Quetzalcoatlus.
Yeah, very, very cool.
This is a female. Her wings are over 30 feet across.
I agree, Dinosaur Dave, yeah. And Murph, let's hope so. Hope you're right, Murph.
Reason.
It looks so alien, says Scary Printer Sounds. I mean, because that's the thing. This is not a bird. This is not a bat. This is a pterosaur. This is one of the largest flying creatures that ever lived. This is Quetzalcoatlus right here, which is one of the very largest of the pterosaurs. And this group that the public often calls pterodactyls, as paleontologists we call them pterosaurs. That's the proper name for the group. They're only the second group of animals to ever evolve flight. First it was insects, back in the, Carboniferous, something like that. And then it was the pterosaurs were after this, and then birds, and then bats were fourth during the age of mammals. Yeah. So these creatures once ruled the skies during the age of dinosaurs. These are not dinosaurs themselves, but they're kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. They're a closely related group outside of Dinosauria. But
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Fresh Dumbledore. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? Didn't E.G. fly? It may have glided, Dino Wolf. I don't know. It's a good question.
Just the place for her to lay her eggs.
Yeah. And as far as we know, birds evolved flight one time, Dinosaur Dave. One time. Yeah. And, Jenny, before I click that link, tell me what it is.
Quetzalcoatlus are certainly masters of flight, but they're also, perhaps surprisingly, very competent on the ground.
Yep. Very neat animal.
Each wing is supported by the single greatly elongated bone of her fourth finger. By turning her wings upwards, she can walk very effectively on all fours.
Yeah, we don't think that those dinosaurs actually had powered flight, though, Dinosaur Dave. They were probably gliders. Ichi was probably more of a glider than a flyer. But, I don't know. Yeah. And Nolo says, Danny, do you think the animation does the size of the wing membrane any real justice? I do, yeah. It might look kind of small, but that's the thing, is that this animal had an extremely lightweight head here. So it might not look like the wing membrane is actually all that big, but basically, the bones in these animals are extraordinarily thin. Just, like, insanely so. Let me see if I can find you a clip. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. To help explain this concept, we've got esteemed paleontologist Kevin Padian to talk about it.
Pterosaurs' commitment to flight was capped by a lightweight but very strong skeleton. Berkeley paleontologist Kevin Padian is an expert on the evolution of flight and the anatomy of pterosaurs.
Yeah.
First thing to know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as a pancake.
Yep. Extraordinarily thin bones. Thinner than that of bats, thinner than that of birds, thinner than that of any other creature. Extraordinarily thin bones, but also very, very strong. And you're right, Darian Beagle, because of that, they often don't fossilize well. Exactly, Darian. Yes. Yeah. Excuse me. Do they have hollow bones like birds? Even more hollow than birds. Fresh Dumbledore, even more hollow than birds. Here. Kevin will explain this here.
Of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as a pancake. And it's like it was just like it was run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's a very... This bone comes from the upper arm, like this.
The humerus.
Squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about...
Really spectacular.
And Dino Wolf, thank you for that gift sub there.
22 gifted a tier 1 sub to BB.
Appreciate that, Dino Wolf. Really appreciate that. Yeah.
Like this. It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yep.
Except there's nothing in the middle of it. I mean, it's just completely air-filled, and it's squashed flat, and the bone walls are very, very thin. Now, you might think this would make it a very weak bone, but in fact, we checked this out with some engineers at Stanford, and we're working with them, and they showed us that, in fact, the big diameter of this arm is what really makes it strong.
Despite its hollow center, the thickness of the walls of the pterosaur bones enable them to withstand the forces of flight. Calculations show that pterosaur bones are up to 86% stronger than similar mammal bones.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I mean, they had the thinnest bones of any large vertebrate, and yet, per volume, they're also some of the strongest, which is pretty incredible. Yeah. So, a dirt... Yeah, the paper towel roll. What he's talking about, obviously, is, That's funny. I've never actually heard anybody else refer to it as this. You know, the cardboard tube in the middle of a paper towel roll. Kevin Padian referred to this as a dirter, because I guess you put it up to your mouth and you go, dur, dur, dur. But yeah, you call it a cardboard tube? Oh, well, now I call it a dirter, Jody Fish. Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah, a dirter, says Charlie's Dragon. Everybody knows a dirter. You know what this is. You know. 1 dirter, 2 dirter, 3 dirters, 4. 5 dirters, 6 dirters, 7 dirters more. You know what it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There it is. See? Thank you, Jody Fish. Thank you. There it is, defined on the most reputable of sources. The Urban Dictionary. Derdel. Noun, cylindrical light stock cardboard tube used to wrap toilet paper and paper towels, among myriad other paper and cardstock products. Once the paper is exhausted and is no longer used in its original capacity, it is used to trumpet one's voice around the room or venue in a similar fashion to a megaphone. Apparently Kevin Padian, unless he wrote this, which I kind of doubt it, unless he wrote this, then that means that he's not the only person who uses that term. So there you go. Needs more upvotes? Yeah, there you go. This is good stuff. Thank you, Jody Fish. It's lovely. A dirter. Yeah. A dirter.
It's squashed flat, and the bone walls are very, very thin. Now, you might think this would make it a very weak dimension, right? And it's a very... This bone comes from the upper arm, like this.
See what you learn here, Gertis Bucka? Yeah.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dur, dur, dur in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So that's how these animals were able to take off into the sky. It was because their bones are as thin as a dirter, but also as lightweight. Pretty incredible. Yeah. Can we make a dirter alert? We've already got one, Kirsten Games. We've already got one. Yeah. You stick around, you'll see it. Although, you know what? That would actually be kind of nice to have. Maybe I should make that like a trigger fire alert, where yeah.
Except there's nothing in the
Tradoon.
It's run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's a very... This bone comes from the upper arm, like this. It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dur, dur, dur in it. Well, that's what this...
I feel like I should take that audio clip and I should make it a thing just like Tradoon. That's pretty lovely. Yeah. Let me make a note about that right now. And I'll see if I can remember to do that this evening. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. I think that would be good. I do think that would be good. Yeah. and you love this, stop by tomorrow. Happy nightmares. And
It's one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dur in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
yeah, let's see if we can have that. Yeah. And did most pterosaurs have long necks? Asked Jenny. Well, not all of them. These guys. This is a group called Asdarchid pterosaurs. Yeah, Asdarchidae. I forgot the other H. And I tell you, Google just gets worse and worse every week, it seems like. This is an Albertosaurus. It's not related to oh, are those Asdarchid legs sticking out there? Maybe they are. Anyway. So maybe their intentions were pure, but execution was lackluster. Asdarchidae. So here is a big Quetzalcoatlus skeleton. I think this may be the same one as in Animal Crossing. In that game, I think. Where is this? Yeah, what museum is this? I want to say this is in Japan. But this may have been the same one that they incorporated into the Animal Crossing game. Let's see. Animal Crossing Fossil Museum. There we go. Yeah. Got to about there. Their fossil museum is actually really impressive. Oh, and there it is there. Ophthalmosaurus, nice ichthyosaur, Archelon, big old turtle. And our Quetzalcoatlus. I think this is actually modeled after that same fossil mount that we saw in the image. Excuse me, I'm pretty sure that might be modeled after this. I think it totally is. Yeah. This is probably available through Treebold Paleontology or Gaston Designs or something like that. There are like a few different workshops where you can order like fossil skeletons like this, reproductions from them. And that, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what this is right there. They probably 3D modeled it based on that. There's a Pteranodon there too. Very nice. So yeah.
We've got amazing 70-million-year-old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved.
Optic nerve. Uh-oh, stop that kid. No. Optic nerve, thank you so much for the 20 months. Appreciate you. How are you doing, Optic nerve? Thanks for keeping me online for the past 20 months. Extraordinary.
Her wings are over 30 feet across.
Holy cow. Yeah.
And she's come here for one particular reason.
What an extraordinary creature.
The small islands created by the rising waters are just the place for her to lay her eggs.
Yeah. Pretty neat. Or Jack Warner. There you go, Charlie's Jack.
Quetzalcoatlus are certainly masters of flight, but they're also, perhaps surprisingly, very competent on the ground.
Yeah, they are. In fact, we think that they spent the majority of their time on the ground.
By the single, greatly elongated bone of her fourth finger. By turning her wings upwards, she can walk very effectively on all fours.
Yep. Built-in walking sticks. There you go, Kirsten Games. Yeah.
She's come here to make a nest.
Look at that. Imagine you're just walking through the woods and then this creature emerges from behind some trees. Amazing.
She chooses to do so on damp, swampy soil that will prevent her soft-shelled eggs from drying out.
Yes, we know that pterosaurs laid soft-shelled eggs, which is why it took so long for us to find their eggs in the first place. There were it was like a century before the first pterosaur fossils, between the first pterosaur fossils being discovered and then us actually finding any eggs from pterosaurs. I think it was only in like the mid-2000s that any pterosaur eggs were actually scientifically described, because they're soft-shelled. And soft-shelled eggs are very difficult to fossilize. So yeah. And very cool, Rizadego, very nice. And find me that YouTube video. I want to see that, Nolo. That'd be great. Yeah, we can watch that. Yeah. And there's her eggs.
These first two are just the start.
So she's got 2 ovaries, just like the ancestors of birds. You know, theropod dinosaurs would have had 2 ovaries. Today, birds only have 1 ovary in order to save weight. So they only lay 1 egg per day or whatever. But pterosaurs would lay eggs 2 at a time, we think. Yeah.
For the next 3 weeks, she will guard the open nest.
Very cool. Oh. Lovely time-lapse there. This is good stuff.
2 more eggs every few days.
From those dual oviducts. Yes, indeed. And yes, Rhamphorhynchus is a pterosaur, Jenny. Absolutely. Here, if you want to watch the rest of this, here is a link. You should really watch the whole thing. Prehistoric Planet. You can watch it for free with a link that a moderator will give you here. Yeah, Rhamphorhynchus. There we go. Rhamphorhynchus is also a pterosaur. These are flying reptiles that lived during the age of dinosaurs. Rhamphorhynchus is from the late Jurassic. And it's got a bill, almost built kind of like a skimmer bird, which is really neat. Yeah. So yeah, another pterosaur. Pterosaurs are the flying reptiles that lived at the same time as the dinosaurs. And they went extinct at the same time as the non-bird dinosaurs because of that asteroid impact. So yeah. Jazz and Wiki says, how would they avoid predators taking their eggs when nesting on the ground, though? They didn't always. Sometimes their eggs got eaten, which, again, if you watch the rest of that clip, Jazz and Wiki, you'll see. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Rhamphorhynchus. Very, very cool pterosaur. Rhamphorhynchus. Beautiful. Beautiful fossil specimen here. Just gorgeous. You know? Amazing. So yes, they are indeed pterosaurs. And the word pterosaur has got a silent P at the front, just like the word pterodactyl. Yeah. That's actually an old joke. Yeah. Why can you never hear a pterosaur going to the bathroom? Because the P is silent. There you go. Kirsten Games knows what's up. Yeah. So yeah. And there's no living descendants of pterosaurs. They went completely extinct. Yeah. And they're an extinct clade of flying reptiles in the order Pterosauria. So yeah. Because the P is silent and they're dead. Both of those, Charlie's Dragon. Both equally valid. Sure. Yeah. It's pretty strange that these creatures were entirely wiped out by the asteroid at the end of the Cretaceous. And, well, actually, it's not that strange when you think about it. I actually need to email Pat about this, but, so see where she got that from. But I got a figure from her. So if I can find this real quick. I want to get hold of this paper so that I can talk about this with greater authority than I can right now. There it is. Yeah. So here we go. This is a little figure right here. And so this represents... Come on now. Guess let's make that bigger. Extinction. Rates. At the end of the Cretaceous period, when the asteroid struck, this is the percentage of critters that bit the dust. They bought the farm. They became no longer extant. They went upstate to live with Grandma. It was 100% of the non-avian dinosaurs went extinct. So all the dinosaurs who were not birds went extinct. Yeah. 94% of bird species went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. 22% of salamanders and newts, 20% of crocodilians and champsosaurs, 40% of freshwater fishes, 22% of turtles, 92% of lizards and snakes went extinct back then, and 90% of mammals at the same time. You hear this all the time that, like, oh, at the end of the Cretaceous, you know, dinosaurs died out, but birds survived and mammals survived. It's like, well, the truth is actually more complicated than that. Yes, 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs died out, but 94% of bird species also died out, and 90% of mammal species also died out. So that asteroid was a real doozy. It really messed things up for planet Earth at the time. So yeah. And this doesn't include pterosaurs, but 100% of pterosaur species wiped out too. There were no pterosaurs afterward, as far as we can tell. So yeah. As Kirsten says, rock go boom, life go bye-bye. Yeah, not to trivialize it too much. So yeah, Jazz says we could have lost snakes, lizards, otters, beavers, etc. Oh yeah. Yeah. It was a bad time to be a creature on planet Earth back then. It really, really was. Yeah. And Scary Printer Sound says the bird percentage is surprising to me. Yeah, there are major groups of birds that ended up dying out at that time. Like all of the birds that had teeth at the time, all of those lineages wiped out, gone, just obliterated. So, yeah, let's see. Let's see. Let's try... Let's try this right here. We may have watched this the other day, or a little while ago, or maybe not. I don't really remember. But let's take a look at this right here. Turn the sound on.
A man working in a Bavarian quarry discovered a fossil.
And this is like the unofficial start to our Thursday Birdsday celebration. We're transitioning, segueing, if you will, into Thursday Birdsday with this.
That would change change the way we think about birds. The fossil has a single beautiful feather exquisitely preserved in limestone from the Jurassic. But the feather turned out to belong to an animal that was unlike any other bird humans had ever seen. Nearby, the remains were found of Archaeopteryx, a creature that by all accounts was bird-like. But it had some very weird features, like a long...
And this is such a weird photo illustration because I think I know where they took this photo. This almost looks like it's in the Truckee Valley. And, like, if this animal were running on the ground, which it looks like its foot is contacting the ground there, this would make it, like, 60 feet tall. Just weird. Anyway, yeah. And Feister says maybe mammals and birds on the far side of the planet survived. I mean, I don't know. We kind of need more fossils to really be able to determine that. It's a good question, Feister. Yeah. And male before birds? You know what? Let's do the male right now, actually, Roses and Tea, before I forget. And then we'll jump into our birds. So, yeah. And Murph says the impact could have been a lot worse than people think. Debris superheating the atmosphere and cooking the surface for hours and days. Yes, Murph. It was wild. Yeah. Here I have... Is this from you, Roses and Tea? Let me know. Is this the one? Because if it is, I will open this up right now. But I also just went to the P.O. Box yesterday morning, and that's it. All right, Roses and Tea. Let's open it. Yeah! Good stuff. All right. I'll grab my good scissors here. Ah, Iguanodon falling down. Let's open it up. I am excited about this. Thank you, Roses and Tea. Good stuff. All the way from, the other side of the world, and, as luck would have it, the future as well. Australia. In a time zone more advanced than my own. Let's see what kind of goodies they have in the future. What could this be? Very well packed, whatever it is. Thoughtfully done with some cardboard right here. Let's see if I can peel this. And this. And this right here. And what could it possibly be? Holy cow! Oh, man! I know what this is. Holy moly. This is a stamp set, isn't it? Look at that. That is gorgeous. I've seen these stamps before. Very, very cool. Holy moly. This is gorgeous. Oh, my goodness. So we've got various Australian dinosaurs and a pterosaur there. This looks like Australovenator. Diamantinosaurus. This is the same dinosaur whose skull was just announced and published on. This is the paper that we were looking at the beginning of the stream. And thank you, Alpha Boost, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've got a beautiful pterosaur here, like the pterosaurs we were just talking about. And who is this? What genus is that? Baradraco looks like. Very cool. Looks like an ornithocheirid pterosaur. And holy cow, is this Kunbarasaurus or Minmai here? Let's see if we can get this thing to focus properly. Kunbarasaurus. Very, very nice. We were just talking all about Kunbarasaurus the other day. And Minmai. And is this Kakuru? Who is this? Elaphrosaurinae? This is an Elaphrosaur, which I now think is supposed to be related to Limiosaurus? Yeah. Very, very cool. Well, thank you, thank you. Holy moly. That is beautiful. I'm touched. Thank you very much, Roses and Tea. This is extraordinary. Let me put it back into its sleeve. I have got a growing collection now of dinosaur stamps. I'm gonna have to, like, get some proper frames for these and some mats and put them up in my office. This is truly impressive. I'm, come on. There we go. I'm thoroughly impressed and delighted. Roses and Tea. This is lovely. Yeah. And look at that. Holy cow. Yeah. Wait. Uncirculated 4-coin collection? What does this mean? Are there collectible dinosaur coins in here? Oh boy. Look at those. Look at those. Holy cow. Diamantinosaurus with that skull just published on this week. We've got our Elaphrosaur right there. Oh my goodness. We've got our Australovenator, and we've got Kunbarasaurus. This really is lovely, and I am deeply grateful. Thank you so much, Roses and Tea. Really, really nice. Holy cow. This is wonderful. Yeah. Really, really neat. Very, very cool. Yeah. And you know what? I also really appreciate the write-up here, because I feel like a paleontologist may have actually written this. Because everything is properly italicized and capitalized where it should be. The genus name is capitalized, species name not. And Elaphrosaurine theropod, they didn't try to capitalize or italicize this, which is correct. So good for them. Holy cow. This is truly lovely. Roses and Tea, I appreciate this more than you know. Thank you so much. Holy cow. Yeah. And there's a small note underneath. Let me find that. And that should be hiding under the cardboard. It must be in the package still. There it is there. Yeah. Hi, Danny. A couple of items from our Australia Post gift shop. Hopefully they fit into your collection. Keep up the outreach and educate us for as long as you can. Roses and Tea. I appreciate you so much, Roses and Tea. Holy cow. Thank you. Thank you. That's really extraordinary. And, yeah, thank you, Roses and Tea. Seriously. I'm blown away. Salute to you, Roses and Tea. Good stuff. Good stuff. Holy cow. Yeah. An anonymous gifter, thank you for that gift sub there.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Omis the
Appreciate you, Anonymous. You are as generous as you are mysterious. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Diagonal says, Danny, do you have the Sierra Leone Triceratops coin? I've never even heard of that, Diagonal. No. No, that sounds neat, though. Roses and Tea, thank you so much. This is really lovely. It really is. Man, look at these coins. There's a little sleeve that pops out with them. And, yeah, there's our Elaphrosaur theropod right here. Look at that. Beautiful. Yeah. Our Diamantinosaurus. We were just talking about this critter today. What a lovely coincidence. Just published on this week. Australovenator. Beautiful Megaraptoran theropod there. Really lovely. And of course, Kunbarasaurus. Maybe aka Minmi. Minmai. Lovely stuff. Really lovely. Thank you, thank you. Very, very much, Roses and Tea. That's very thoughtful of you. And I know that cost a pretty penny to ship all the way down from Straya. So thank you very much. Thank you for sharing part of your Australian dinosaur heritage with me and with everybody else in chat. This is really lovely, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, thank you. Roses and tea. I'm deeply grateful. Thank you very much. Yeah. That's lovely. It really is. Yeah, shoot. So, let's begin our Thursday Birdsday festivities with a discussion of toothed Mesozoic birds who ended up going extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. Here we go. Yeah.
In 1861, a man working in a Bavarian quarry discovered a fossil that would change the way we think about birds. The fossil was of a single beautiful feather exquisitely preserved in limestone from the Jurassic. But the feather turned out to belong to an animal that was...
Username anyway, thank you so much for the follow. What's in a username anyway? Sometimes useful information, sometimes a chance for a joke, like in the case of yours. Thank you. Username, I appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for bringing some philosophical questions here.
Unlike any other bird humans had ever seen. Nearby, the remains were found of Archaeopteryx, a creature that by all accounts was bird-like. But it had some very weird features, like a long bony tail and claws on its fingers.
Yeah, you can see that on my
have the large breastbone
Archaeopteryx right here.
And it had teeth. Experts are still arguing over whether Archaeopteryx was a true bird or a Paravian dinosaur or some other kind of dino. But regardless of what side you're on, how did this fascinating bird-like animal relate to today's birds, like ducks, ravens, emus, you know, that sort of thing? Well, the path from Archaeopteryx to modern birds wasn't a straight line. Those teeth were a clue that this story goes all the way back to what we now call the non-avian dinosaurs.
Yep, very cool.
Scientists started to realize that birds actually are dinosaurs not long after Archaeopteryx was discovered in the 1860s and 70s. That's because around the same time as that find, another discovery was made in those same Bavarian quarries. It was the skeleton of a tiny meat-eating dinosaur called Compsognathus. And it was the first more or less complete skeleton of any dinosaur ever found. Compsognathus had a lot of traits that seemed bird-like. It had a curved neck, it stood on 2 legs, and it had 3 main toes. And we now think it might have even had hair-like feathers. But it was indisputably not a bird. It had very short arms instead of wings, and it had a...
And I agree, Dino Wolf. Those were not the best Archaeopteryx images in the video here. You want to see a really nice Archaeopteryx image? One of my favorite ones would be, let's see if I can find it. Google Images is determined to make it more and more difficult to find these things. But, there we go. That is a really lovely Archaeopteryx there. I like this one a lot. Pretty good representation of this animal, I would say. We do know that some of its feathers had like a black coloration like this, but we don't know if it's the whole feather that was black or all of the feathers that were black. But, yeah. And you can see the sickle claw on the toe right there. Like we see on other Deinonychosaur dinosaurs, like Troodontids and Dromaeosaurs, from Troodon to Velociraptor. So yeah. Looks a bit like a magpie, kind of, Dino Wolf, yeah. Especially with that long tail, right? Yeah. So yeah, good stuff.
A pelvic bone called a pubis that pointed forward instead of backward as it does in birds. So Compsognathus was a non-avian dinosaur that looked kind of like a bird. Then in the 1870s, American paleontologist O.C. Marsh described 2 more species that illuminated the transition between dinosaurs and birds. Found in late Cretaceous.
We were just talking about Marsh yesterday, actually. Marsh and his arch rival, Edward Drinker Cope, who died on March 12th, yesterday, 1897.
Rocks from Kansas. One was Ichthyornis, which looked pretty...
And that's Hesperornis right there. That's Hesperornis. So they got that part wrong.
Looked pretty much like a
That's
seagull,
Ichthyornis.
and the other was
Yeah.
Hesperornis, which resembled a huge flightless loon. Ichthyornis was clearly avian. It had wings without claws, a short tail, and a large breastbone like...
Oh, April. Sorry, Dinosaur Dave. April 12th. Apologies.
Most modern birds do, but both it and Hesperornis also had teeth, like most non-avian theropods did. So Marsh and other experts began to hypothesize that birds evolved from dinosaurs. In these specimens, Marsh saw how...
And it's not a seagull ancestor because that critter went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. That's part of a lineage that got wiped out. Again, we were talking about how... where did that go? Yep. 94% of bird species went extinct at the end of the Cretaceous. And the lineage that includes Ichthyornis here and Hesperornis died out. So yeah, so it can't be an ancestor of today's seagulls because these groups did not actually leave any descendants. They got wiped out. Seagulls are descended from the birds that survived.
Teeth, like most non-avian theropods did. So Marsh and other experts began to hypothesize that birds evolved from dinosaurs. In these specimens, Marsh saw how birds gradually acquired their curved necks, their two-legged stance, and their three toes. He saw modified arms transition to feathered wings, and the loss of claws and the long tail. Hesperornis and Ichthyornis were soon classified as ornithurans, a group of Mesozoic birds whose name means bird tail. These ancient birds had short tails instead of the longer bony tail of Archaeopteryx. Most of them also had teeth, and they tended to live on the ground. We know this because they were usually found in environments near shorelines instead of inland forest, and they didn't have the adaptations that are associated with perching, like curved foot claws or claws on the wings. So by the late 1800s, many scientists believed that it was this group, the ornithurans, that gave rise to today's birds. They didn't know what happened to their teeth, but they did know the connection was there. But still, not everyone was convinced that birds derived from dinosaurs at all. In the early 20th century, some researchers, led by Danish paleo artist Gerhard Heilmann, argued that the similarities between Compsognathus and birds were convergent, and that birds evolved from some other mystery reptile. It wasn't until 1970 that, quite by accident, paleontologist John Ostrom came across the key that would unlock the origin of birds. He was studying fossils of pterosaurs from the same German limestones that produced Archaeopteryx and Compsognathus. But one of these fossils was not from a pterosaur as many had thought. It turned out to be the hand of an animal that was very similar to Archaeopteryx. Actually, for a...
It basically was Archaeopteryx. I mean, I think it's been renamed Welnhofnario or something like that. But anyway, it very well might be the same creature as Archaeopteryx. Yeah, there might be some splitting going on there.
Long time, Ostrom and others thought it was an Archaeopteryx. But in 2017, it was redescribed and assigned to a new genus named after Ostrom himself.
Oh, Ostromia,
now, the hand of this animal looked just like the hand of a non-avian dinosaur that Ostrom had uncovered just a few years earlier in Montana called Deinonychus. Both animals had short thumbs, long second fingers, and third fingers of medium length. And
actually, Deinonychus, this brings us back to... yeah, let's take a look here. I held a poll on Twitter a little while ago, asking people, how do you pronounce Deinonychus? And where was that? It was right here, and then it just disappeared. You saw that, right? Here we go. 228 people voted on this. How do you pronounce Deinonychus? Do you say Deinonychus? Or do you say Deinonychus? And Deinonychus is the clear winner here. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. Shoot, we just saw Jim Kirkland pronounce it both ways yesterday. He said Deinonychus, and then he said Deinonychus within the span of like 20 seconds. So it really doesn't matter how you pronounce it, but I'm just curious to know, like, how do most people pronounce it? And according to the Twitter poll, Deinonychus, that pronunciation won out. So yeah. And, yep, that is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. Indeed. Ragnarocker, yes. Yeah. And you say day in Onychus. Day in Onychus? some other people were saying odd things too. Deinonychus? Deinonychus? Isn't it Deinonychus? No, it's not. At least I've never heard anybody pronounce it that way. I'm very much a descriptivist when it comes to stuff like this. You know, it would actually be useful to hear what John Ostrom had to say about it. He's the guy who named it, for crying out loud. Yeah, let's see here. I think... Where is John Ostrom here? Let's see. It might be here. Nope. Yeah. Let's look at this right here.
Setting them in a protective plaster cast.
Yeah, plaster jacket.
Side out 1 inch at a time. Crew Chief Pat Liegi.
You're looking at the top part of the skull.
Oh yeah, this is the Wonkel Rex here.
The front.
There's Bob Harmon right there with his bandana.
And this circle in here is where the left eye would have been, right here. The right eye would have been there. And this section here is an upper jaw called the maxilla, and you can see a tooth.
Yeah.
Very long.
Anyway, let's skip forward to John Ostrom.
Peabody Museum, where
Yep.
John Ostrom is curator.
So the Peabody Museum here, we were just talking about this yesterday. The Peabody Museum was created so that Othniel Charles Marsh could have a paleontology museum to lord over. It was funded by his wealthy uncle, George Peabody. That's why it's called the Peabody Museum. Yeah. There it is again, Charlie's Dragon. Yep. Yeah.
This is Yale University's Peabody Museum.
This is from 1992 or something? Yeah. John Ostrom helped change the way we think about dinosaurs forever. Really, really important figure in dinosaur paleontology. And I would not be here today, for instance, if it were not for the influence of John Ostrom. I'm going to blow my nose real quick. Be right back.
The largest painting in the world. It portrays time over a span of about 350 million years, from the Devonian period back in the Paleozoic, all the way up to the end of the dinosaur era, the end of the Mesozoic. It's called the Age of Reptiles.
Here is the old picture of dinosaurs. Pea-brained giants lumbering through lush tropical foliage, gorging themselves on leaves and grass. For years, the stereotype was magnificently represented by this mural.
Since the 40s, when it was painted, a number of discoveries have been made, and new ideas have been thrown into the debate. And perhaps one of the most important discoveries was made by me.
I love that little bit of self-aggrandizement there. He earned it. He really did.
1964.
Yeah.
John Ostrom recalls that he had been digging for months in Low County, Montana, and not finding very much. Time had run out. His crew had packed up their equipment and were heading for their cars.
You know, we've been looking for 5 years before we found anything as exciting as this.
Close to where the cars
And Morgoth.
Ostrom noticed something.
No, I haven't even heard about that,
Since
Morgoth.
his tools were already stowed away,
Oh.
he began to scrape the dirt with his fingernails. This is what he saw first.
Startling. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. Notice the extraordinarily large claws, sharp, curved, clearly the hands of a predaceous animal.
Yeah.
Associated, found very close to this, was this object, obviously a claw, which I thought belonged to the hand because it looks very much like the claws on those fingers. But there was no place for it to fit.
Nope. It's a toe claw.
I puzzled over that for some time, but we found the answer.
Yep.
Turns out that that claw didn't belong to the hand at all. In fact, it belonged to the foot.
Yep.
But then something more came to light in our quarry, and I'll show you just a part of it. Bits and pieces of the tail.
With those ossified
encased
tendons.
in bundles of ossified tendons all along each right side, left side, underneath.
So those are basically ligaments that, over the course of the animal's life, they actually turn to bone. They harden up into bits of bone. Really, really cool.
Completely stiff, like what I picture as a balancing pole. It kept the animal, helped the animal keep its balance while it was using those sickles on its feet for killing whatever it was hungry for.
Yep. Is he going to say the name, though? Deinonychus? I want to see how he pronounces it.
Ostrom named the animal Deinonychus, terrible claw.
I want to hear him say it, though.
Came into being more than 100 million years ago and used both hands and feet to snatch and rend its prey, keeping its balance by the remarkable adaptation in its tail. Nothing like the galumphing brutes in the Yale Muro, but a speedy acrobat, a racer.
Oof. Now we know these animals had feathers all over their bodies. They would look completely different from this. Like a big, terrifying bird. And he didn't even say it. Shoot. I think Ostrom pronounced it Deinonychus and not Deinonychus. But, yeah, anyway. Tomato, potato. You could say it either way. It doesn't really matter that much. Ragnarrocker wants to know, why do people say Stegosaurus had 2 brains? I think I heard it from somewhere. There's an old idea that the big, what we call the sacral plexus, so this enlargement of the spinal column inside the hips, that held what we call a nervous ganglion, or like a nerve ganglion inside. There's an idea that that was actually the animal's second brain, which depends on how you define a brain, but it would have helped to control the back half of the animal, probably. But yeah, honestly, more research is needed about that. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and continue with our video here. In our little segue into Thursday Birdsday.
In most specimens, most bones in the wrist were fused together into a half-moon-shaped block that allowed for movement from side to side, but not up and down.
The semi-lunate carpal.
The same half-moon feature in their wrist, which they used to fold their wings. So Ostrom's discovery revived the theory that birds evolved from small theropod dinosaurs. And yet we had no idea how
I'm glad there's upstairs down,
until the 1980s and 90s, when dozens of new fossil discoveries showed us how truly diverse birds were in the Mesozoic. Most of the fossils found around this time belong to a whole new lineage of extinct birds that we didn't know even existed. They came to be called the Enantiornithines, or opposite birds, which is a terrible name because they totally were birds. They were only called opposite birds because one of their shoulder joints was the reverse of what's seen in living birds. But unlike the ornithurans, which mostly lived on the ground, these opposite birds mostly lived in the trees. Their fossils were commonly found in rocks that formed in ancient forests, and most of them had curved claws like perching birds do today. And these turned out to be the most common and diverse group of birds in the whole Mesozoic era.
So this is really, really interesting because enantiornithine birds, we didn't know about them before. We found them in Mesozoic strata, and it's like, holy cow, there's this whole new group of birds that went extinct when the asteroid hit. They have no descendants today, and yet these were the most common birds during the Cretaceous period. Really, really cool. Yeah. I did an illustration of some enantiornithine birds Yeah, here we go. Should be in here. Nature Scientific Reports. There's the little illustration right there. So the enantiornithine birds are these kind of wine-colored ones right here. This one and this one. Dave Varicchio wanted me to do like a really, really simple schematic or like cartoon-style illustration of brooding behavior in different theropod dinosaurs. From Tetnuran theropods like Torvosaurus up through Oviraptor, Troodon, enantiornithine birds, and then finally modern birds like this duck right here. So yeah, enantiornithine birds. Really cool, weird critters. Yeah. But yeah. Rat Acid says that local controlling nerve clusters aren't that unusual and are bigger and bigger animals. That makes a lot of sense, Rat Acid, yeah. Yeah, so Stegosaurus or sauropod dinosaurs having something similar. Not altogether surprising. Thanks for your input, Rat Acid. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Jason Wiki says, something I've wondered, but silly, but would there have been lizards many times larger in prehistoric times than those that we have now? Yes, but the biggest lizards were actually here very recently. Jas and Wiki. Creatures like Varanus priscus, once known as Megalania. Yeah. Maybe as big as this. This is an extinct relative of the Komodo dragon. We now think it's a member of the same genus. Varanus priscus, that lived in Australia up until just a few thousand years ago. So long after the dinosaurs. But this would have eaten giant wombats, giant kangaroo, critters like that, up until just a few thousand years ago. In fact, there's a good chance these creatures went extinct because humans arrived on the scene and introduced things like fire and disease, invasive species, and basically wiped out all the prey animals for these critters. So it could be because of us that Varanus priscus, aka Megalania, went extinct. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, trying to make my way through chat. Lots of questions and stuff. But yeah. Their goannas came in big. There you go, Golganek. Yeah. Would they eat them too? There is a chance that Megalania would have eaten people, sure. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah. Ragnarocker says, what if Megalania are just Australian Komodo dragons? I mean, they're closely related. And we do think that they're like the sister taxon to Komodo dragons. They're not exactly the same thing, but they're very closely related. Yeah. Here, keep an eye on the 3D printer. I gotta check on something real quick. Be right back. All right, cool. And you're very welcome, Jason Wiki. Thank you for the good question. Yeah. And were they fast? That's the thing, Freya, is that we don't actually have that much information about these critters. You know, if you're... Well, no, we're not going to watch this. I'll give you a link to the Wikipedia page. Megalania is like the common name for these critters, but it's now more properly known as Varanus priscus. That's its scientific name. Yeah. It's the largest terrestrial lizard known to have existed, reaching an estimated length of 3.5 to 7 meters. That's 11.5 feet, like a modern Komodo dragon, up to 23 feet, which is twice the size of a modern Komodo. Yeah, but the fragmentary nature of known remains make estimates highly uncertain. So yeah. Interesting stuff, right? Yeah. Very cool. Anyway, back to our birds. to try and keep us on track here.
Filling many of the same roles as modern birds. For example,
Yeah, and antiornithine birds, this really weird group of extinct birds. They wouldn't have been very weird during the time. They would have been very normal. These were the most common birds during the Cretaceous period. So me calling them weird is like, that's not quite fair. They were super normal back then.
Bohyornis may have hunted small vertebrates 120 million years ago in ancient China, and it lived alongside Longipteryx, a perch with a long snout that may have dove for fish from tree branches like kingfishers do today. Most of these opposite birds had teeth and clawed fingers, and instead of having a fan of feathers in their tails, they had blunt rear ends that sometimes sported just 2 long ribbon-like feathers. So it was clear to
really weird
that these opposite birds belonged to a different lineage than the likes of Hesperornis, Ichthyornis, and the other ornithurans. Meanwhile, experts were also making some important discoveries about the ornithurans too, especially what happened to their teeth. For example, in the early 2000s, Chinese researchers reported finding the oldest fossil evidence of a toothless bird. They named it Confucius ornis, and it lived 130 million years ago, way back in the early Cretaceous. And the strangest thing was, Confucius ornis was neither an enantiornithine or an ornithuran. It turned out that toothlessness was a convergent trait that showed up in lots of different groups at different times.
So what that means is that different groups of birds, independent of each other, after they split, independent groups of birds would lose teeth independently. So toothlessness in birds is not what we call a synapomorphy, or it's not always a homologous trait. I'll put it that way. Different groups of birds lost their teeth independently like this, which is really interesting. Yeah. Another quick question. Says Ragnarocker, if you could, would you ever visit the 2005 Skull Island? Like when it's at its largest with all its fauna before it's sinking? Did it sink? Before it's sinking? Would I visit it in the year 2005? Sure. You're talking about from the King Kong movie, right, Ragnarocker? Another movie question. I mean, there's living descendants of non-avian dinosaurs on that island, right? You bet your boots I'd be there. Yeah. Yeah.
Some opposite birds didn't have teeth, and some early ornithurans didn't either. So where did their teeth go? Well, for a long time, scientists thought that birds lost their teeth to make their bodies lighter. But now we know that some toothed birds were able to fly, so it wasn't like having teeth was keeping them on the ground. As more fossils of Mesozoic birds were found, more clues started to present themselves. For instance, experts began to notice that even though most ancient birds had teeth, they tended to have fewer teeth than their dinosaur ancestors. And fossils also revealed that birds started to have fewer teeth after they developed gizzards. Gizzards are a muscular part of the stomach where, with the help of swallowed pebbles, birds can grind up their food. So with the advent of gizzards at least 120 million years ago, the need for teeth started to fade. And as birds' teeth changed, so did their beaks. Most opposite birds retain teeth at the very front of their mouths. But in the ornithurans, that same area became covered in keratinous beak tissue, while they kept their teeth that were further back in the jaw.
Which is actually, we see a very similar thing happen in certain groups of non-avian dinosaurs that lose their teeth. Like, for instance, Erlikosaurus. Let me see if I can find this for you. There we go. Erlikosaurus is a therizinosaur dinosaur. So it would have looked a lot like this in life. Find you a decent one. That's not too bad right there. If it will embiggen for us, kindly. Come on. There you go. Yeah, kind of like this. Erlikosaurus. So it's a big feathery theropod like that. Erlikosaurus. Yeah. It's the only therizinosaur that we've got a really decent skull of, except for maybe Falcarius. But this one's complete. And you can see at the front of the jaw, the teeth are gone. it's developing a beak in the front, even though on the bottom jaw it still has teeth in the front, which is very similar to our Hesperornis right here. So, for whatever reason, this is a pattern that we see again and again, where you lose the teeth at the top front while retaining the teeth on the bottom for the time being. Pretty interesting stuff, right? Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Now, some experts think that replacing teeth with beak tissue may have had something to do with making it easier to eat certain foods, like seeds. But another theory proposed in 2018 suggests that beaks may have been more advantageous for baby birds. Teeth take a long time to grow in developing embryos, but if you shorten that step or cut it out altogether, then eggs can hatch earlier. And the shorter a bird's incubation time is, the less vulnerable its young will be to predators.
Very cool.
Birds may have lost their teeth for many reasons, but one thing we know for sure is that in the Cretaceous, teeth disappeared in the group of ornithurans that would give rise to today's birds. These are the neornithines. Their fossils are still very...
So you may, if you were here, what was it, last week when we were talking about tinamou birds and their colorful eggs and, yeah, and all that good stuff? Remember the paleonaths and the neonath birds? Neornithines are the group that gave rise to the paleonaths and the neonaths. So these are modern birds.
For sure is that in the Cretaceous, teeth disappeared in the group of ornithurans that would give rise to today's birds. These are the neornithines. Their fossils are still very rare, but in the past couple of decades, paleontologists have found bones of the very earliest members of this group. One of the best known is a 68-million-year-old duck relative from Antarctica called Vagavus. And its remains show us that even by the late Cretaceous, it was already well adapted to swimming and diving. So today, we finally have enough fossils of different kinds of birds to know that about 66 million years ago, there were both toothed birds and toothless birds from many different groups, and generally, they were all doing just fine. Until the Cretaceous period ended in extinction. There were
bad day.
The extinction event that killed off the non-avian dinosaurs. But when it came to birds, and most everything else, the worst was probably the asteroid impact.
I mean, this is the... People say, oh, there were many causes of the extinction event. It's like... that's almost kind of misleading. The asteroid impact, that's really by far the most important one. I don't know. This kind of equivocating here. Like, oh, maybe it was volcanism, maybe it was something else. Like, no, there was a giant asteroid the size of San Francisco that slammed into Earth in the Gulf of Mexico. Did a tremendous amount of damage, caused worldwide forest fires, throwing up a tremendous amount of soot into the air, blocked out the sun. Like, we've got evidence for all of this. So, yeah.
Came to birds and most everything else, the worst was probably the asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico.
Think?
The impact set off huge fires that destroyed entire forests and melted dust into the atmosphere. Probably
dust and soot.
Much of the sunlight for years.
Yeah.
For birds, their odds of survival might have come down to a number of factors, including how big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like...
Really, how small they were is that's how I would have put this. It's because they were small and they could eat things like seeds that you could, you know, rifle through the dust and find, and you could live off of those when everything around you is burned. That may have been a major factor in their survival.
How big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like most opposite birds did, you were in the worst possible place in the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth would be available. And if you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter.
And many of these birds probably lived in burrows too, as some ground-running birds do today. For instance, burrowing owls. I would not be shocked if some of the neornithine birds that survived the asteroid impact did so by sheltering in burrows. And then being able to eat just crud that they found on the ground afterward. Roots and seeds and crud like that. you know?
And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires. So out of what...
Well, but those guys went extinct, didn't they? Hesperornithids, I think, went completely extinct. The oceanic food chain also collapsed during this time. And all of the major marine reptile groups, except for turtles, and I guess some marine crocodilians, all of them went extinct. All the ammonites went extinct. Like, it was not a good time to be an ocean critter either.
Your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires. So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs living at the end of the Cretaceous, only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivor's combination of being small, ground-dwelling, or aquatic, and seed-eating. One of these lineages was the Paleognathes, which today include radites like ostriches and emus, as well as adorable South American bird called tinamou. The Galloantherians also survived, like Vegavus and its kin, possibly thanks to their aquatic lifestyle. Today they include chickens, ducks, and other kinds of fowl. And the third lineage is the Neoavians, which includes essentially every other living bird. Free of competition from the tree-dwelling opposite birds, a lot of Neoavians quickly took to life in the trees at the dawn of the Cenozoic. These birds all have diverse diets and habitats today. But by analyzing the earliest known members of each group, scientists have found that the last common ancestor of all living birds was indeed a ground-dwelling seed-eater. Each of these 3 lineages might have only had a handful of species at the time of the extinction.
Holy cow.
But they are the ancestors of roughly 10,000 species of birds that are alive today. There are many things we have yet to learn about the story of birds, but our understanding has grown tremendously since that lovely fossil of a feather was first discovered in Germany more than 150 years ago. And just within my own lifetime, a wealth of bird fossils have been discovered that are only beginning to reveal the wonderfully weird and diverse world of the Mesozoic, when birds had teeth.
Very, very cool. I'll give you a link to that video. Happy Thursday Birdsday, everybody. Now, before I forget, I'm going to show off my Thursday Birdsday bird, because I've actually been forgetting to do this a number of times. So let's go ahead and do that. I encountered my bird, well, on, Sunday night, and then Monday, and then Tuesday, and actually every day since then. But it kind of requires a bit of introduction here. So, here's a little video to introduce my Thursday Birdsday birds. Anybody know where this is? Let's take a look.
Amid a bustling UC Berkeley campus Friday is a single bouquet.
So this is a video from 9 months ago, I think? Or from a year ago. But this kind of sets up our story here. So, here, take a look.
Amid a bustling UC Berkeley campus Friday is a single bouquet of flowers at the bottom of the towering Campanile, as many here mourn the loss of one of the university's beloved Peregrine Falcons, Grinnell.
Oh, it makes me want to cry even now. I'm just really shocked, especially how I was studying it last year.
I've seen the Falcons for years, and I was really sad to hear about Grinnell passing.
Yep.
A group that monitors the bird says Grinnell was chasing off a female intruder and likely got too low when he was hit by a car. His death got many wondering what's next for his long-term partner Annie and their eggs. How is Annie doing?
She probably should start using Tinder for finding her next steps.
Well, it seems Annie won't be needing Tinder. About a day and a half later, she's apparently already moved on, spending Friday morning with another male.
We've seen courtship behaviors in the nest box. We've seen them copulate more than once, and
good for them.
He has also shown interest in trying to incubate.
Lynn Schofield is an educator with Cal Falcons, a group that's been following the Peregrine Falcon couple for years now. Yep. She says Annie's actions are not normal.
No, it is not. So this is kind of a unique situation because we actually recognize this male. This is a male that's been around that we've seen on and off for about a month.
And according to people who follow the Cal Falcons live cam, this male falcon may very well be the new leading man in Annie's life.
She took off and circled the Campanile and left the new male with the eggs, so she must trust
the new male. And then he's been around all day, back and forth.
It's Heartbreak Part 2 for many still mourning Grinnell's sudden death.
That's just terrible. I can't believe her. Yeah, it's just so sad.
Wow. Well, that's the dating world these days, I suppose.
There's a bunch of drama, I guess, there, and, well, I guess the other falcon must be spinning in his grave right now, or upset, so, you know.
While shocking scientists say this new development actually brings them hope that Amy and her chicks will be okay.
The story's still going, and we're hopeful that maybe Annie will still be able to raise chicks this year.
At UC Berkeley, Audrey Assistio, NBC Bay Area News.
So, yeah, there's a number of reasons why this is very relevant to us here on Paleontologizing. Yeah, well, this is where I live, of course, because I'm broadcasting to you live from the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area in sunny Northern California. And Berkeley is just over that way, across the bay, from the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah. But also, this structure right here, known as Sather Tower, or the Campanile, more informally, this is actually a structure that's full of fossils. There are a whole bunch of Rancho La Brea fossils in here, Pleistocene fossils from the pits at La Brea. So Smilodon, giant ground sloth, mastodon, mammoth, camel, and especially direwolf fossils all throughout here. No dinosaur fossils except for the bird fossils that come from the tar pits. But yeah, I've worked in here before, and we've talked about this numerous times on my stream before. This is kind of the emblem of the Berkeley campus, and Miss Yvette says, really? I mean, I guess maybe I should show off a short video about that? But yeah, it is now home to, yeah, it's home to dinosaurs now. But, here, let's take a look at this. Yeah.
This is a femur. This is the upper leg bone.
Here's Mark Goodwin here, dinosaur paleontologist. I just ran into Mark on Tuesday in Berkeley.
A right one of Smilodon. Smilodon is the state fossil of California.
Yeah, the saber-toothed cat.
The saber-tooth.
Yeah.
So it gives you an idea when you have these long bones of the size of the skeleton, the size of this animal. And it was one of the major,
and Diagonal is right about this,
in
yeah.
the Rancho La Brea fauna. I'm Mark Goodwin. I'm the Assistant Director for Research and Collections in the UC Museum of Paleontology. When I first came to Berkeley, one of the first things I did was come to Sather Tower because I wanted to get a view. And I took the elevator up to the observation deck. Honestly, I didn't know there were fossils in bones. I was speechless when I walked into these floors in my first visit.
Just amazing.
My name's Lisa White. I'm the Assistant Director for Education and Public Programs here at the Museum of Paleontology. The fossils are here mostly because it was overflow. It was a convenient place to store fossils. There was a lot of space. And
there were fossils being stored here before there was even a proper paleontology museum on campus. So the storage space for these fossils in Sather Tower in the Campanile, this is older than the Paleontology Museum on campus. And here, to go back to here's Mark talking about that Smilodon femur. This
It may not seem like much. 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science.
Lilith Hobo. Hey, thank you for the 500 bits.
Beneath the same sun, before you, before the ape and the elephant, as well, before the wolf, the bison, the whale, before the mammoth and the mastodon, there was proto-birds, burbs, stompy birds, avian birds dance.
This is true, Lilith Hobo. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Long before creatures like this Smilodon, this is my 3D print of a Smilodon skull. This is the saber-toothed cat, our state fossil here in California, whose femur Mark Goodwin is holding right there. Yeah, long before these creatures, of course, were proto-birds like dinosaurs. Yeah. So yeah, here, let's get to Lisa's part here.
when I reflect on what the Campanile means to different units on campus, for the Museum of Paleontology, there's the connection with the fossils here. And so while the campus is celebrating the centennial, we delight in taking part as well.
This room is kind of special because it really hasn't changed very much since the fossils were put in here in 1913. You have horses and camels and saber-toothed cats, Felis atrox, which is the scientific
American lion.
American lion, giant ground sloths, birds, including condors.
There's a fossil coyote there.
And vultures, tusks from giant elephants.
There's an ichthyosaur skull right there. This is a replica, sculpted. Or maybe it's a cast. I want to say it's sculpted. But that's, again, placed here because it's overflow.
Elephants that roamed California up to about 10,000 years ago and up to about 6,000 or 7,000 years ago on the Channel Islands.
They're from right here in California, and even if you're from Northern California, you can understand that downtown Los Angeles now looks quite urban. But when you show pictures of what downtown LA looked like 40,000 years ago, that there were these natural
different kind of traffic
and these large animals roaming around, it gives an entirely different perspective on life in California.
Horses and camels and mammoths would get trapped in the tar. You'd have these carnivores
dire wolves too,
over, and then they would get trapped.
Yep.
Yeah, we have a lot of fossils in here. I mean, this is like wolves are us. And you can see these skulls here. This is the dire wolf. It's one of the big carnivores in the fauna, very abundant. Horses and camels evolved in North America. This is a big camel skull found in the Rancho La Brea tar pits. This is the big saber-toothed cat, or tiger, if you will. Just the canine is broken off here, but it would extend about like this. So
like this, yeah.
Jaw, you have to have a lot of movement. This isn't just a dusty old room, even though it has that look, it's actually used. There's ongoing research on global climate change, for example. You have to look at the past. That's why fossils are important, to get an idea of the amount of change that has occurred. There's no better place where you can get the best picture, the best window. You can open up that window with these fossils.
Pretty cool stuff. So that is Sather Tower, the Campanile in Berkeley. And as Diagonal was pointing out, Campanile is just, I guess it's Italian for bell tower? It's kind of a generic term. We call it the Campanile, but the actual name of the tower is Sather Tower, named after a donor to the university. So this tower is just full of fossils, including, there are some bird fossils in there. Fossils of, I think, Pterosaurs? Is it Pterosaurs? Yeah, this big Pterosaur bird that lived in La Brea at the time. It's now extinct. But yeah, there, I think, are fossils of Pterosaurs in there. There's gotta be. Yeah. Most are from the Californian La Brea tar pits. So yeah, here's a link to that. Very cool. And Bayleaf says, I've seen condors in real life. They don't look real. I've seen some condors too, and they, in the zoo at least, they look pretty real to me. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. Condors didn't used to be the biggest birds in North America. Pterosaurs was even bigger, by like a significant margin, I think. Pterosaurs versus condor. Yeah, here we go. So California condor. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know if we're actually gonna find a proper. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Pterosaurs was a pretty big critter. Occupied a similar niche to the condor. There's one with a Smilodon right there. It's a big bird. It's a real big bird. So yeah. And Admanta, that's an interesting idea. How would you go about testing that, though? Yeah. We do know that Pterosaurs would have been encountered by the first humans in North America, certainly. Yeah. They may have actually gone extinct along with the rest of the megafauna in North and South America because of human overhunting of certain animals. These are critters that would primarily eat carrion. So, like, they're eating dead mammoths, they're eating dead bison and camels and horses and sloths and whatever else. So if the ecosystem collapses because you have horses or sloths or mammoths hunted to extinction, then these guys wouldn't have any food anymore. And then they disappeared too. So yeah, humans would have certainly encountered these animals at Manta. But whether that inspired more recent legends of thunderbirds, I don't know. It's a difficult one to try and prove, you know? Yeah. But yeah. And Territorians use thermals from storms to fly. So do condors and turkey vultures. Yeah. So yeah. It's a neat idea, and it'd be awesome if you could find some solid evidence for that at Manta. That'd be pretty neat. But yeah. Anyway. Let's see, where was that? I think I've got a link right here, right? Nope, that's just the same one again. I think this is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, so this is from this week, talking about the Cal Falcons. So on Tuesday of this week, I was in Berkeley, California, visiting the museum and, you know, listening to a talk by some colleagues and that kind of thing. And as I was walking through, on my way to the museum, I encountered something pretty neat that I'd like to share with you. Take a look.
A big day for a pair of famous peregrine falcons at UC Berkeley. If experts are correct, we could see up to 4 hatchlings by the end of the day. ABC 7 News reporter Amanda Del Castillo in Berkeley, where there is a set up, streaming all the developments. This is a watch party, Amanda.
Very, very cool.
Oh yeah, this big screen live stream feed is focused on Annie and Lou, UC Berkeley's famous falcons, and of course, their eggs. Experts say by the end of the day today, we should see 4 hatchlings total. And of course, one of them making their debut yesterday afternoon. We want to take you to that live stream.
Very, very cool.
Their eyes on. Annie and Lou have gained a worldwide following, with many tuning into this online public feed. We know Cal Falcons, the group of scientists and advocates monitoring the duo, have documented their lives, regularly posting photos, commentary, even memes about them, making the Falcons more relatable, according to many. Now,
very, very cool.
Today's special occasion, a watch party kicked off early.
This must have been just before I showed up, or maybe after. I don't know. The sun seems low in the sky here, just the angle of the light. I dropped by, what was it, like 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m., something like that. But yeah, here outside the Berkeley Art Museum and Pacific Film Archives, there's this huge LED screen out here. And, yeah, featuring the live cam for everybody to see. It's really neat.
With any hatching to be seen on a huge screen setup at the Berkeley Art Museum and Pacific Film Archive on Addison Street. From 9 to 6 p.m., those stopping by will witness real-time footage from 3 Falcon cams installed on the Airy. We're told Annie is in her 7th breeding season.
Good for her.
Every time it's exciting.
I spoke with her. Shoot. I talked with her on Tuesday.
Time you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if they're going to hatch. So, you know, there's a bit of a suspense as we wait to see it happen.
It's fun to see them on the camera, just to see each different bird's personalities, their different quirks, and to see the baby. One of the hatchlings come out. I actually don't know if another one has come out overnight.
Annie has lived here since 2016. Back then, her partner was Grinnell. And in March of last year, Annie suddenly flew the coop, with experts fearing she was hurt, dead, or perhaps abandoned her territory. But after several days, Annie did return. And here we are, more than a
Lots of
year
drama.
later, waiting on those 4 chicks. If you want to catch this big screen, you can just meet at Addison and Oxford in Berkeley. It's
pretty cool
until about
stuff.
6 p.m. on this screen specifically. For everyone else, obviously, just tune in online like so many others have. For now, I'm reporting in Berkeley, Amanda Del Castillo, ABC 7 News.
Very, very cool.
Imagination. Amanda, thank you so much.
Excuse me. Good stuff. And, Ricardo Lopez D, thank you for the follow. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Y gracias por seguirme. Great to have you here. And now, if you just go to YouTube and search Cal Falcons, you can find the live streams there. Like, right here. That is probably Annie herself, although that might be Lou. I'll give you a link so that you can bookmark this, you can watch it on your own. Very, very cool. But yeah. And, I wonder, does anybody here know why Annie is named Annie? Very much has something to do with paleontology in Northern California. Anybody have any guesses? She's at the top of the Chrysler building? No, that's Sather Tower, Lilith Hobo. What? Not the doll thing? No, not Mary Anning. You're closer, Moonrise Rabbit. You're closer. So, not Annie Oakley. No, not Annie the musical. Annie the Falcon is named after Annie Montague Alexander, who is an extremely important but largely unheralded figure in paleontology here in California. Oh, look at her with the chicks right there grooming them. So she's sitting on top of those floofs right now, but yeah, here, I'll turn the volume is way up for this. Good. So if she starts squawking, we'll hear it. We can go back to that. But Annie Montague Alexander was the founder of the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. So she was a wealthy heiress who emigrated to California from Hawaii, just like my dad's side of the family did, back around the turn of the century. She was intensely interested in fossils and in natural history. And holy cow, Articulate Reptile. Articulate Reptile, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. How did your stream go?
Articulate Reptile has a new sound for their 4 listeners.
What were you working on, Reptile? I want to hear all about it. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Shoot, we are talking about the Cal Falcons. This is a live feed of this peregrine falcon, fastest animal in the world, atop Sather Tower, the Campanile, the bell tower, in the middle of the UC Berkeley campus. And Millet Muncher, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Are you a fan of millet, like many birds are? Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, today's Thursday, Birdsday. So we're talking about birds on Thursday. And Annie, this is the name of this falcon here. Oh, and there's a little chick. You could see the head. She is named after Annie Montague Alexander, who is the founder of the Museum of Paleontology on the Berkeley campus. And you're a fan of birds? It's great to have you here, Millet Muncher. Happy Thursday, Birdsday to you. Welcome. And so much drama with these falcons last year. Absolutely, Niggity Marty. Yeah, absolutely. Nesting on gravel. So this is a little gravel box that was set up as a special nesting box. There's actually a couple of let's see, a couple of different views, different webcams that you can switch between. Here is the other one. The nest box is right down here. You can see the camera There we go. Yeah. So one view, two views. There's the camera from the other view. And then this is the sweeping vista over Berkeley. The Museum of Paleontology is just out of frame over here. You can't see it over here. Oh, I see wings moving. Oh, look, there's the chicks. There's the chicks. Annie just got up. I see 3 of them at least right there. It looks like the 4th egg hasn't hatched yet. Hopefully it does soon. But yeah, very, very cool. Baby peregrine falcons. This is the fastest animal on planet Earth. Peregrine falcon is, as far as I know, as far as any paleontologist knows, the fastest dinosaur that's ever lived. And look at them, look at them. Oh, they're adorable. Oh, look at that mouth open up. Yeah. How old are they? Just a few days old, Millet Muncher. Just a few days old. Yeah. In fact, there's video of them hatching that you can see. If you just search Cal Falcons on YouTube, you can find them. In fact, I think I can copy that link without moving pages. There you go. Yeah. YouTube.com/@CalFalcons. C-A-L Falcons. So there is the other view, and it looks like Annie is taken off to probably go get him some food. But yeah, Annie is named after Annie Montague Alexander. And, yeah, 1867 to 1950, the benefactress of UCMP. Yeah. In 1901, a young lady attending John C. Merriam's lectures on paleontology at the University of California was so fascinated by his discoveries of extinct mammals and reptiles in Northern California and Oregon that she offered to underwrite the cost of his summer collecting expedition if she could take part in the fieldwork. Thus began the long association of Miss Annie M. Alexander with the Department and Museum of Paleontology at Berkeley, UCMP. This is where I got my start as a paleontologist. If it were not for her generosity, I would not be here today in this capacity. So, yeah. Miss Alexander's grandparents were early missionaries from New England to Hawaii. Her father successfully introduced sugarcane on Maui. And my ancestors, my grandfather's parents, were from Maui. Originally from Puerto Rico, they moved to Maui to work on sugarcane plantations, as I understand it. And so it's because of Annie Alexander's grandparents that my great-grandparents ended up on the island of Maui. And it's because of Annie Alexander that I ultimately ended up in paleontology, because she established the museum where I got my start in Berkeley. So, yeah, pretty amazing. And now, oh, there she is. She's back. She's probably just stretching her wings. But she's incubating the chicks again, keeping them warm. And, yeah. So this falcon, Annie, is named after Annie Montague Alexander. So pretty cool, right? Yeah. So Jas and Wiki says, wow, that's really wholesome. And thank you, Jas. I appreciate that. I don't know. Yeah. Annie Montague Alexander is, again, one of the lesser-known figures in the history of North American paleontology, but it shouldn't be that way. She was very shy in life. Yeah, she really never wanted to be in the spotlight. And as a result of that, not too many people know about her today. But, yeah, from the UCMP, the Museum of Paleontology website, this is a wonderful little page on her. And, yeah. Pretty amazing. So she didn't just form the Museum of Paleontology, but also the Museum of Zoology as well. 2 museums that are today in the same building. Bottom floor and second floor in the Valley Life Sciences building in Berkeley. So yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. There's a book all about Annie Montague Alexander, and I really need to reread it sometime soon. But it is right here. There we go. It's called On Her Own Terms. Annie Montague Alexander and the Rise of Science in the American West. It is a difficult book to find, but if you can get yourself a copy, I'd recommend getting this if it sounds interesting to you. Her life was incredibly fascinating. One of the reasons why Annie Alexander was so shy and didn't like the spotlight was because, well, she was gay. And that was, like, not considered okay at the time. She did have a certain degree of social privilege because she was wealthy, but she kind of had to keep things on the down low at the time. And her partner of many decades, Louise Kellogg, they lived together, they spent a tremendous amount of time together. They were clearly very fond of each other, given their letters, and they were, it seems, partners. Like, in a romantic sense. The current mate of Annie the Falcon has been named Lou by the Cal Falcons crew. And he is male, obviously. But he's named after Louise Kellogg, so that's kind of beautiful, I think. So yeah. Pretty lovely. Anyway, Annie Montague Alexander, incredibly fascinating figure. Someone to whom I owe a tremendous amount. I would not be here today if it were not for Annie Alexander and her contributions to Californian paleontology. So yeah. And Kellogg, like the cereal, I don't know if it's the same. I don't know if there's any relation to Risudega. But yeah. There we go. Annie Montague Alexander and Louise Kellogg. There you go. Man, old website here. This is from the Jepson Herbarium, which is just across the hall from the Museum of Paleontology. Yeah. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see here. I don't know if this is going to go into any sort of detail about the relationship or anything, but, yeah, they were like, you know, they were a couple. They were an item. Even though they tried to keep that kind of hush-hush during life, understandably, you know? But yeah, anyway. Annie Montague Alexander, here is her Wikipedia page. Fossil Lake, Africa, Alaska. Alexander shared her life with Louise Kellogg for 42 years. By all accounts, it was a devoted Boston marriage. That's historically the cohabitation of two wealthy women, independent of financial support from a man. Yeah, some of these relationships were romantic in nature. And might now be considered a, like, lesbian couple-ship. If that's the right word. Couple-ship? Whatever. Anyway, really, really interesting figure, and, I'm really looking forward to learning more about her, because, holy cow. Not only was she, an extremely important benefactor to the museum that I would get my start in, but also her family seems to have played a role in getting my family from Puerto Rico to Maui. And then my family ended up moving to Oakland, just like her family did too, which is pretty interesting. My family seems to have basically worked for her family, you know, working class background, very wealthy people in this case. So yeah, anyway, interesting connections left and right here. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Good stuff. So there's my Thursday Birdsday birds, the Cal Falcons. Before we get to the Discord, let me just show you real quick some stickers that I got. That I think you'll get a kick out of when I was at the table there on Tuesday. Hang on just a second. There we go. Yeah. Here is one. Right here. Very simple, but nice. This is the one I thought you'd really get a kick out of, though. Isn't that lovely? I really like that a lot. Yeah. Pretty excellent. Yeah. And then there's Annie herself right there. So again, you can follow the exploits of Annie and her mate Lou and the chicks now at calfalcons.berkeley.edu. I'll give you a link. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. You can get the sweatshirt there. Oh wait, and there's a video here too? Ah.
Peregrine falcons are the fastest animals in the world.
They are. Why are they fighting like that, Mommy? Oh no.
Making and raising chicks takes a lot of food. Only meat, mostly birds.
Yep.
This male has to prove he's really good at hunting. Hungry, dear? A fresh meal is his way of winning her heart. And
so this is the way that you can tell a male and female peregrine falcon apart if they're together, is the female is significantly larger than the male. This is the case with most, if not all, birds of prey. The female's bigger than the male is, on average.
Showing her he can provide for future babies.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Bye. With a little dancing in their nest, Grinnell and Annie prepare to become parents. This is home, the top of the 300-foot bell tower. At the University of California, Berkeley.
Is it 300 feet tall? I don't think it's that
camera
tall.
reality show comes courtesy of researchers who discovered Annie and Grinnell nesting here year after year.
Pretty cool.
Peregrines love tall buildings. They give them a perch to scan for prey. And a nook for their eggs.
Yep.
On the cliffs that are their natural habitat, Mom scratches a depression into the gravel so her eggs don't roll off. Annie does the same thing in her nest. In the middle of the night, she lays her first egg.
Oof.
And she's not done.
Yeah.
With 4 eggs to protect. The hard work is just starting. An unwelcome visitor drops by. She's a young peregrine, scoping out a spot of her own. She could be trouble for the eggs. Grinnell is taking a turn keeping them warm, and he jumps into action.
Yowza. See? Drama.
And don't come back. Peregrine falcon eggs faced an even more dangerous threat 60 years ago. Back then, the agricultural pesticide DDT accumulated in peregrines' bodies. The chemical reduced the amount of calcium in their eggs. Their thin shells broke when parents sat on them. Few eggs survived. Scientists worked tirelessly to bring peregrines back from near extinction after DDT was banned in the US in 1972. They hatched the delicate eggs in captivity and returned the chicks to their parents to raise.
Lordy says, how horrifying. I know, right? I mean, DDT is... I feel like I should dwell on this for a second here. Yeah. Here, take a look at this. Yeah.
With the possibility of a serious infantile paralysis epidemic, health authorities of the city of San Antonio, Texas, attacked the germ carriers throughout the city.
So they used to just spray DDT everywhere like this.
Sections of the city are blanketed with the insecticide in the fight to stop the spread of the dread poliomyelitis. Every suspected spot is sprayed.
Just nuts, you know? Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, but there's other footage where they're just spraying down truckloads of kids with the stuff to see, oh, look, it's safe. This is the 1950s, Miss Yvette. Oh, the guy's wearing a sun helmet right there. Yeah, see? Anyway, yeah, DDT was, goodness. Yeah.
Eggs survived.
Yep.
Science
Here we go.
pesticide DDT accumulated in peregrines' bodies. The chemical reduced the amount of calcium in their eggs.
This is the same chemical DDT that also caused the thinning of eggshells in bald eagles. So bald eagles nearly went extinct here in the US because of overuse of DDT. Yeah.
Their thin shells broke when parents sat on them. Few eggs survived. Scientists worked tirelessly to bring peregrines back from near extinction after DDT was banned in the US in 1972.
Yep.
They hatched the delicate eggs in captivity and returned the chicks to their parents to raise. Smile.
Wait, is that true, Mayor Space? I did not know this. Mayor Space's peregrine falcons were saved in part by Lester Boyd, a falconer from Pullman, Washington, who invented a hat that you could wear, and the male falcons would perch on the hat and mate with it, allowing people to easily collect its genetic material for artificial insemination. Really, Mayor Space? I did not know that. Wait, seriously? That's pretty wild. Can we find video of this? Huh. Holy cow. Yeah, take a look. Hey, Grouchy McFluff. Here you go.
You're probably wondering what's happening here. And the short answer is sex. This is a peregrine falcon, and it's copulating on my head.
Is it done?
This is far from the way that nature intended peregrine falcons to have sex.
I don't think we got properly introduced. My name is John.
To understand why this bird is dispensing semen on this funny hat, I have to tell you a long story.
Wow.
I didn't see any wild peregrines until the early 2000s.
Kate Maiden runs West Coast Falconry, an educational facility for birds of prey. And when she was a kid, peregrines just weren't around.
Well, it was technically extinct on the eastern seaboard and in Western Europe.
Back in the 1940s, biologists started noticing a steep decline in the peregrine population.
The decline of specifically peregrine population in the U.S., and actually it was worldwide, is directly linked to the overuse of specific pesticides.
With war-discovered DDT and special sprayers,
sections
of the city are literally fogged with the insecticide.
The peregrine-killing pesticide was called DDT. It was used heavily around the world from the 1940s into the 1970s. It killed insects, but it also caused bird eggs to become really weak.
So it changed the way that the body utilizes calcium. They started laying eggs that were very, very fragile, and then the females would lay on the eggs to incubate them, and they'd crush the eggs.
By the time they banned the use of DDT, the wild peregrine population hit rock bottom, and the only way to save the birds was to breed them in captivity. My question here is, why a hat? Why on the head?
Better than a bare head.
Dave and Martin are peregrine falcon breeders, and the copulation hat has been the most effective way to get falcon semen since the 1970s.
Okay.
Lester Boyd came up with the idea of this hat, and it's just...
Lester Boyd, just like Mayor Space was saying. Thank you, Mayor Space, for bringing this to our attention. Paleontologizing salute to you, Mayor Space.
It's revolutionized the captive breeding, really.
Lester Boyd was a falconer, and he used the process known as imprinting to teach male falcons to copulate on the hat.
Well, imprint is when you take an animal when it's very small, and you keep it with you all the time, and it associates totally with humans.
Essentially, the falcon is trained at birth to respond to the hat. This is not something that wild falcons will do.
So there's a little bit here smeared, and then there's here.
Oh, wow.
And that's it.
Those little holes in the hat, they catch the male semen. It's not much, but this little tube can fertilize several eggs.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, yeah. The copulation hat helped falcon breeders around the world build
Wild.
the population.
Wild.
According to most falconers, every wild peregrine in the continental United States has got captive bred genetics in it.
Interesting. Very interesting. Holy cow. I did not realize that. So Annie and Lou have got genes from some of those captive bred falcons. Really interesting. And Wadja World says, I've done falcon lure at my work with a Lanner falcon. Interesting. They only go 90 miles per hour, but dang, even that's hard to keep track of. I believe it. Yeah. Shoot, I think peregrine falcons have been clocked at like 240 miles per hour.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
George from New York, thank you so much for the 9 months of support. George, I appreciate that more than you know. Welcome back. It is great to see you. How you doing? Yeah, we're talking about peregrine falcons. To start off Thursday Birdsday today. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. And bad? I'm sorry to hear that, George. Well, shoot, I'm glad you're here. Yeah.
Humans put the falcons on the endangered species list, but when you see a peregrine falcon today, you can thank a small group of falconers and a funny sex hat for the population rebound.
He's ready to do his thing.
And holy cow, George from New York, thank you so much. Do I appreciate that? Thank you so much, George, for those 5 gift subs.
George,
that
just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
That is excellent, George. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for those very generous 5 gift subs, allowing 5 people to get an uninterrupted paleontologizing experience for the next 30 days. Appreciate that, George. Thank you for your support. It really means a lot. And Jazz and Wiki, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Yeah. Good stuff. And there you go, Grudgy McFluff. Yes, indeed. Here, let's get back to our other video here about bringing peregrine falcons back.
The delicate eggs in captivity and returned the chicks to their parents to raise.
Huh.
Smile. Back in Annie and Grinnell's nest, congratulations! 3 hungry mouths to feed.
Beautiful.
The 4th egg broke, maybe from lingering effects of DDT. Mom is careful to only feed the chicks tender morsels.
Huh.
By day 10, they can handle bones and feathers, too.
Wow.
They just cough them up.
Holy cow.
Much better.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
At a month old, they develop an attitude. They need a ton of energy to grow their mature wing feathers. No wonder they're hangry. Soon, they're almost ready to take flight. All right, I got this. And... Okay, well... So, I'm okay. At 6 weeks, it's the season finale their fans have been waiting for.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
The young falcons hang around the tower for at least another month. Making a mess, horsing around, and yes, screaming at their parents. Their
As teenagers do.
almost didn't happen, but through conservation efforts, they're still here, keeping our cities just a little wilder.
Yep. Keeping the local pigeon populations in check, too.
Laura, it's been a tough year, but just like Annie and Grinnell, we are all trying to make...
Yeah, very, very cool. And while Grinnell has passed away, Annie is still here, and this is a live cam. You can catch this on calfalcons.berkeley.edu. There's actually several different webcams that you can watch, and you can find those here on the Cal Falcons webpage. This was really, really lovely being able to see this the other day. And yep, I was right here just the other day. Yeah, pretty exciting. Let me find the, well, let me give you the Cal Falcons. There we go. And is this a new dad? Yes, indeed, Grungy McFluff. His name is Lou. Named after Louise Kellogg, actually. But yeah, they've got all kinds of image macros and stuff like that, and... Oh, shoot. This is a drone right there, which is really, really not cool. Drones are, of course, illegal on the UC Berkeley campus. Some very inconsiderate person was using a drone to get too close to the Falcons. This can actually cause them to abandon their nest. It really, really freaks them out. And so, yeah, shoot. Not okay. Not okay. The Falcons are worthy of our respect and our admiration and our distance. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the Cal Falcons page on Twitter real quick, too. Cal Falcons cam. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, you can actually... This is how I found out about the eggs hatching the other day. Was through the Cal Falcons Twitter feed. And let's see. Just the other day they had some... Let's see, where was that? One of the really awesome things about this project is being able to collect some really unique scientific data. This figure shows the trend in Lou's prey deliveries. Overall mass increases over time. The last prey delivery was a bit of an outlier, though. This is, of course, from April 1st. So, yeah, April Fools. But, yeah. So, yeah. Excuse me. Dinosaur Dave says there's an Aussie version of this in Melbourne. Someone flew a drone close to them, and the mum falcon took it out, and the owner turned up to claim it and got a $1,000 fine. Yeah, big ha-ha to him, Dinosaur Dave. I'm glad justice was served there. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But the Cal Falcon cam. Here's a link if you're on the Bird website. And, go follow them. Yeah. Very cool stuff. I was just here again, on Tuesday. And this isn't the clearest picture, but yeah. Took this with my phone on Tuesday morning for the hatch party, April 11th. Very, very cool. So anyway, Peregrine Falcons, that's my Thursday Birdsday bird. Now let's see what everybody else has. And, oh, look. Look, 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 look. Shoot. Here we go. Load, 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 load. There's the babies. About to get fed, I think. Here, you can hear them. Oh, there's Annie, and there's Lou right there. Very cool that we get to see this live. There's the babies. And there's Annie. She's eating, she's eating. And look at those feathers start to fly around. Oh, this is so cool. Again, if you want to watch this live, here is that link right there. But you can get to it from the Cal Falcons webpage. And look at those downy feathers just flying around there. As she starts cleaning off this, probably a pigeon that she caught. Or maybe Lou caught it, her mate. But pretty cool that we get to see this live, you know? Take a look at that. Holy moly, is that cool. Very, very cool. That's a living dinosaur right there, everybody. Just like all birds are. A living dinosaur eating another, until very recently, living dinosaur.
Work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Skippy Frank, thank you. Skippy Funk, rather. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And you sure hope that thing is done? Well, that's the thing, is that falcons like this, they do have a little, like, notch on their beak that they do use to kill their prey, but other birds of prey don't necessarily kill their prey. They just eat it alive. And that is not a pigeon. What is that? That may have been a little water bird or something. Had little dangly legs. Yeah. The chicks are hungry, and they might not get part of that. That might just be for mom and dad to eat. But, yeah. Yeah, I've got the volume turned up extra high over here. And so, if they start squawking, we'll hear about it, and we can go back to it. Oh! Shoot, there we go! That's probably mom right there. I think this is Annie. And she's going to start feeding those chicks. Not the best angle here, but this is live, ladies and gentlemen. And everybody else. Pretty cool. Yeah. Happy Thursday, Birdsday, one and all. We'll be checking in with the chicks next Thursday also. Maybe before then, too. But look at them get fed. This is so neat. Very, very cool. Yeah. And Nolo says, hawks and kestrels pluck the chest first. Probably because that's where most of the best meat is. Along that big keeled sternum. So that would make a lot of sense. And now she's going to feed those babies. One of them fell over. Oh. Oh, we're so lucky to be able to see this. I mean, holy cow, is this amazing. And what a wonderful piece of science outreach that the Cal Falcons group is doing here, providing this webcam so people around the world can watch these babies grow up and gain a better appreciation for these incredible animals who were nearly wiped out here in North America and apparently in Western Europe also. Yeah. This is probably the first chick to hatch. It's the biggest and the best fed. Usually the first chick ends up being the biggest. Because it's like a day ahead of the other ones, and they grow very, very quickly. But yeah, they can kind of solidify that lead by being really, really hungry and very demanding. So they tend to get fed the most, too. But yeah. That one's taking it all. Yeah, Freya, that's how it often goes. Yeah. Oh. Super, super cool. You can imagine a dinosaur like, Oviraptor or Velociraptor feeding their prey in a very similar, feeding their young prey in a very similar fashion. Yeah, it's easy to imagine where these birds kind of got these behaviors from, Behaviors like this probably go all the way back to the Cretaceous period. The Jurassic, really. With the origin of birds. Pretty neat. And there you go, Zalak. See, Zalak knows what's up. It does look like a water bird, says Dr. Tara. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Although, it's got very long legs. Long metatarsal here. It could still be a perching bird, but I don't know. The feet almost look like those of a sparrow, but I don't see that hallux. Like the prominent hallux like you see on perching birds. I don't know if I just don't see it or if it's not there. But, very, very cool. Yeah. They're in the bobblehead stage. There you go, Green Herring. Green Herring, what does that bird foot look like to you? Any ideas here? See if I can embiggen this at all. Yeah. Very, very cool. Yeah. So how awesome is that we get to watch this live? Yeah. You're not sure? I'm not either. Yeah. Well, whoever it was, salute to you, dead bird. Thank you for your service. Feeding these falcon chicks. Yeah. That's the circle of life right there. One dinosaur eats another.
In an unsuspecting world, living creatures from the dawn of time.
Irish John Games? Holy cow.
What will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Irish John Games.
And their 53 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Happy Thursday Birdsday, Irish John Games. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. How did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome, welcome. And hello, Emma Wemmem. How are you doing? Good to have you here. Hello, hello. And Ninja Puss Games, what's up with you? Good to have you here. Allykins, what's shaking with you? I'm, right now we're watching a live feed of the fastest dinosaur, indeed the fastest animal that's ever lived, as far as I know.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things. Yeah.
I hope your attitude towards science is a little more amenable than that, Lost Chevalier. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, these are peregrine falcon chicks being fed by their mother, whose name is Annie. And this is atop the Campanile Sather Tower in Berkeley, California. These birds are atop a tall bell tower just down the road from me in Berkeley, California, here in the Bay Area. Within this tower, Sather Tower, that these birds are on right now, are thousands upon thousands of fossils from the La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles. And this bird here, Annie, is her nickname. She is named after the benefactor of the Museum of Paleontology, Annie Montague Alexander, really the founder of the Museum of Paleontology. So there's lots and lots of connections here between this family of falcons and fossil science. And not to mention that, of course, birds are living dinosaurs. That's why we have Thursday Birdsday on this channel, you know? So, yeah. This is very, very exciting. Again, this is a live feed. What you're watching is live. There's the link right there. Live from Berkeley, California. There is that camera right here. And you can't really see. There's the nest box there. And then there's the babies and mom. Very, Very cool. So yeah. And Annie Montague Alexander. There you go, Irish on Games. Yeah. How was your stream, by the way? I hope it was really good. What did you get up to? Tell me about it. And if anybody's not yet following Irish John, he's working on a new game called Rise of Piracy. A, like, nautical warfare pirate game. Seems pretty cool. So go check him out. Yeah. And this is it's live and it's a feed. Yeah, exactly, Golganak. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, everybody. For anybody who's new, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch doing some good old-fashioned science outreach. You know? Not just looking at stuff like this. Modern dinosaurs, but... Shoot, I dig up extinct dinosaurs. Across the American West at various museums. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature. And nowadays, this has become my full-time gig. I stream about dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch. This summer, I'm hoping to actually take you along as I dig up a bunch of dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah. I want to stream live from the field, give you a first-hand look as to what it's like to dig up dinosaurs out in the American West. So stick around for that. Should be a lot of fun. Cross your fingers that the equipment works, too. So yeah. And there'll be a fundraiser for that sometime soon? I hope so, Irish John. I'm testing the satellite dish right now, and it's not working. And, I don't think... Let me see if customer support has gotten back to me. I doubt it. It took them 2 weeks last time. Yeah. Let's see. They did get back to me. Let's see. Take care. Oh, goodness. They're charging me for something it doesn't work. Goodness. Used by the customer to process payments. Let's see. We also look into your account and see that your subscription was not put on pause. I did pause it. Scam, Starlink. Anyway. I need some baby peregrine falcons to improve my mood here. But anyway. Yeah. Yeah, Ninja Puss, it's... We'll see.
32 feet long and 14 feet high.
Gopherus polyphemus.
1,500 teeth and not a single cavity.
Isn't that the Latin binomial for the gopher tortoise? Gopherus polyphemus? Do I remember that correctly? I think in Tony Martin's book, he talks about the gopher tortoise and what a remarkable burrower it is. All right, let's see. Oh, there's Annie right there. She's marching off in that direction. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe, says Gopherus polyphemus. Let's look that up. There. Pull up our tree of life real quick here. Yeah. Gopher. Tortoise. Gopherus polyphemus. Holy cow. Yeah, good stuff. And you see gopher tortoises all the time? They are wonderful ecosystem engineers. The gopher tortoise is a remarkable burrowing animal. And you can read all about them in a lovely book by paleoichnologist Tony Martin called The Evolution Underground. It's right here. There we go. The Evolution Underground by Anthony J. Martin. So, Tony actually came to visit Bozeman, Montana when I lived there. And, so he didn't have to rent a car or anything. I picked him up from the airport, and, we kind of hosted him at our apartment. I used to live with 3 other paleontologists in Bozeman, Montana. And, he signed this for me. Yeah. So yeah, pretty cool. Anyway, the book is called The Evolution Underground. If you want to learn why the gopher tortoise, Gopherus polyphemus, and
they were finding fossils.
And Wolfpack, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. If you want to learn about the evolution of burrowing behavior all across Animalia.
We listen now to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
And thank you, Mwemmenem, for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. So yeah. And Fibonacci Tree of Life, very nice. Isn't that cool, Wolfpack? Pretty neat. Here, let's jump from them to Peregrine Falcon real quick. It'll be a surprisingly short jump, because tortoises are, they're related to archosaurs, of which birds are the most common variety nowadays. Peregrine Falcon right there. Yeah, pretty cool stuff, right? So yeah. Anyway. Pretty neat. But yeah, shoot. It is Thursday Birdsday. So let's go ahead and, and somebody type in ! birds in the chat. Thursday Birdsday is the part of our week in which we celebrate birds. Birds are, of course, living dinosaurs. They're the only dinosaurs that are still around in our modern day. They're the only group of dinosaurs that survived that cataclysm at the end of the Cretaceous period. And, yeah, they're pretty special as a result. They're some of the most common vertebrates on the planet. And birds also provide us a really neat kind of window into nature. Even in urban environments, you still see birds all over the place. Even if they're just pigeons or house sparrows or starlings or gulls, you see them all over the place, and they're a neat reminder that, you know, nature, even in an increasingly paved over world, nature is still everywhere. You know, I think it's important to connect with it for our own kind of mental and emotional well-being. You know, there's, again, our Peregrine Falcons are a wonderful example of that, too. Ah, lovely. But here's I don't have a proper opener video yet, a video sting for Thursday Birdsday, so here, enjoy this instead, and then we'll get into some viewer-submitted bird pictures. Anybody know what this kind of bird is? So, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is every week try and photograph a new species of bird. Even if you're just walking from your car to your workplace, or just going outside to get the mail or something like that, pay attention to the birds that you see around you. See if you can photograph them. Even if it's just a house sparrow, or a gull, or a pigeon, or something like that. Take that photo, upload it to the Discord, and we will talk about it live on stream. This is my way of trying to encourage people to go out and spend some time in nature. However brief. And just try and connect with these other living things around us, you know? It's Thursday Birdsday. So that's what we're doing right now. So let me... Where's my Discord? I'm so bad at this. Let's see... general... If only I could, like, bookmark something so that it comes up every time. Shoot, maybe I can do that. Once I find the Thursday Birdsday page. Here, give me a second here. We'll find it. Gaming, fossil bit. It really bugs me that you can't capitalize things in Discord, because that's normally how... Thursday Birdsday, there we go. Goodness. Alright, let's add this as a bookmark, shall we? What, it won't let me bookmark this? What's up with that? Whatever. But yeah, we were looking at these guys last time, so here we go. Mayor of Space is first this week with a great egret in Rock Springs, Florida. If it weren't for the grass and some of these other advanced angiosperm plants, I would say this looks like a scene out of the Cretaceous. That is pretty cool, Mayor of Space. Great egrets live up to their name. They are pretty great. And they're actually a group of birds that I'm looking at for my Spinosaur project, believe it or not. Turns out they're not a good analogy for Spinosaurs at all. But I'll talk about that another time. Very nice, Mayor of Space. I like that. Let's, wait, somebody on here was wondering if falcons are closely related to peacocks. Let's jump from a peregrine falcon to a peacock and then to a great egret. Peafowl. There we go. Yeah. They're gonna be over here. Yeah. So the green peafowl, which are, I guess, are endangered in the wild. They're not super distant, but they're not super close either. But let's jump from them to egrets, which I think... Great egret. I think they'll be over in Pelecaniformes, right? Yeah. So they're related to pelicans and critters like that. Yeah, so we've got the other herons and egrets. And... let's see, I think shoebills are also over here somewhere. Herons. More herons. Lots and lots of herons. Herons and egrets. Ibises, herons, and more. And spoonbills, too. Yeah. And then, there we go. Pelicans, tropic birds, cormorants, and relatives. Pelecaniformes, what did I tell you? Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Now, I'm going to show you something else here, too, and I wonder if anybody else remembers this. Yeah. That was I have a long neck. So back in the olden days of the internet, there was a thing called MySpace. And, yeah. Occasionally you would get these messages from there, from other people. What, you know, we used to call copy pasta. These are like chain letters. And, oftentimes it would be something like, oh, if you don't forward this message to 10 of your friends right now, something very bad will happen and you're, you know, a creepy murderous clown will come in through your window at night with a knife and he'll kill you and blah, blah, blah. And, like, you would get these all the time because other people would be like, Well, shoot, that sounds scary. I might as well forward it. Here's one here. It goes, I am a heron. I have a long neck and I pick fish out of the water with my beak. If you don't repost this comment in 10 other pages, I will fly into your kitchen tonight and make a mess of your pots and pans. Yeah, I don't know. I saw this a long time ago, and it always makes me chuckle to remember it. So, yeah, those emails were great. I agree, Gopherus. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. And Inko, I know what you mean, Inko. Yeah. And watch out, chat. Exactly, yeah. If you don't type this message into 10 other Twitch chats right now, then a heron will fly into your kitchen tonight and make a mess of your pots and pans. And that is a fate worse than death. So yeah. Anyway. Egrets are a type of heron, I guess? Or they're related to... Anyway, egret, heron, I don't think either of those is like... I don't think these are monophyletic groups. I think those are more grades than they are clades. Or maybe herons are a kind of egret, or... I forget. Here, what was it here? Egrets. But, herons and egrets. There we go. Artiidae. Yeah, and I guess bitterns are also... Yeah, anyway, herons and egrets. Remember, this is the same family. Let's see. Cattle egrets. I don't think any of these just say egrets or herons. Heron, and great egret. Yep. Yeah. So anyway, cool. Thank you for sharing, Mayor Space. And thanks for those memories there. Good stuff. And they're not albino herons, go for us. Heron and egret, it's kind of like, I don't know. It's not like they're, you know, all herons are egrets, but not all egrets are herons. It's not even like that. It's just like certain species are called herons and certain species are called egrets. I don't think that they're distinct clades that are monophyletic, if that makes sense. Yeah. And there, roses and tea, there you go. When we raid, there you go, roses and tea, here. Yeah, everybody copy that to your clipboard. And, here. Let me reply to Mayor Space. Right there. Very nice. Alright, let me scooch up. And, we'll get back to where we should be. Thank you again, Mayor Space. And Tarquin says, Blue Jay came up to perch right outside my window. Oh, Tarquin, hang on a minute. That's not a blue jay. You know what that is? It's closely related to a blue jay. However, chat, what kind of bird is this right here? Yeah! Miss Yvette's got it. Yeah. A flappy one? I mean, that's a lot of birds, Dinosaur Dave. I have to be more specific. Not a Stellar's jay. It's a scrub jay. And yes, I do want a scrub jay. Yeah. How many times have I made this joke on the stream before? It doesn't get old for me. Hopefully it doesn't get old for you either. But it's a nicely composed photo. Yeah. A scrub jay. Yeah. Good stuff. So thank you, Tarquin. Scrub jays are very intelligent birds. They're corvids, I believe. So they're related to crows and ravens and other jays. And also magpies. Some of the cleverest of birds. They're pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah. Scrub jays. I get these here in the East Bay Area also. Yeah, you kind of got to go up toward the mountains to really get Stellar's jays, I think. And Moonrise Rabbit says, actually got out of my car to take a better picture. Southeast Michigan. And there are a number of different birds here. I see what appear to be some Canada geese up on the grassy knoll there. And then, who is that mysterious, dangerous-looking figure? Looks like a great blue heron standing on the bank. And maybe some gulls also? Got at least 3 species there, Moonrise Rabbit. Very nice. Very nice. It looks like a scene from Jurassic Park, yes. They do move in herds. Good stuff, good stuff. Moonrise Rabbit says that was also as clear as I can get it. Hey, it's still... I see Canada geese. I see some kind of gull, Laridae, and I see a great blue heron, who is, again, the kind of shadowy figure right here. Great blue heron. These look to me like gulls, Laridae, and these are obviously Canada geese through here. Yeah. Let's look up Canada geese on our Tree of Life. We'll jump from egrets to Canada geese. All the Canadians getting very, just feeling a sudden swell of pride for the Canada goose. Canada goose. There we go. Oh, Canada. God shed his grace on thee. Yes. And the emblem of our land, the Canada goose. Branta canadensis. One of the birds with the meanest attitude. Yeah, they're mean dudes with a serious tude, because they kind of have to be, you know? Anyway, yeah, the Canada goose. Very cool. Yeah. Oh, and Gopherus. We try and Gopherus, I appreciate your sentiment there, but I get little kids who show up here. Some of my former students will show up and chat with their parents. So we try and keep language as PG as we can around here. You know? Make it a, you know, the TV edit. The radio version, if you will. No worries, Gopherus. I appreciate you. But yeah. And they can chase you down. Canada geese are, holy cow, do they have some moxie? They've got some attitude. Yeah. A wild goose chase. Yeah. They're liable to chase you. Like, is that why they call it a goose chase? Oh, here comes a goose. Watch out, dude. Here comes an angry theropod. Oh, there's another one sneaking up behind him. And the goose is like, what are you waving at me for? I'll end you, the goose says. Here, I'll end the video here in the interest of keeping things PG, because you do not want to see this man violently dismembered and his entrails devoured by this vicious theropod. So yeah. The one on the left looks like it's on a nest. That guy deserves it, says Green Herring. Agreed. And R.I.P. to that guy, you know? Yeah. My thoughts are with his family. Excuse me, I'm still getting over avian flu or whatever it was that I got recently. So apologies for the coughing. Grubdon McFartsalot says, have some geese and swans that nest near me. Watching them interact is wild as they are both rather territorial. Yeah, shoot. That's like a Godzilla versus Mothra kind of situation right there. Battle of the Titans. That's pretty wild. Yeah. So yeah. And Oxcurb, I've had to do that with emus before, although it was much more calculated. You do just grab them around the neck, like near the base of the head, and then you kind of flip them around so their legs are sticking out, and then you know, kind of put one arm around them so their wings can't really get you. And then you just carry them to wherever they need to be, and then let them go, and then you run. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And a lot of places will use swans to deter geese. It's true, Lestastic. It's true. Yeah. Cool stuff. And Brit! Yeah, Creatrix Brit saw an American robin there in Central Park. Is that Central Park in New York? Very cool. Robins like this are, they are the state bird of how many states, chat? How many states have got the American robin as their state bird? Yeah. Oh, come on. I don't actually know off the top of my head. How many states have the robin as their state bird? 3. 3 different states. Holy cow. Including Connecticut. Man, the repetition in U.S. state birds is actually really embarrassing. Yeah. Connecticut has got the robin. There's a lot of cardinals in there. Michigan has got the robin. And Wisconsin has also got the robin. Oh, no. But I think even more states have the meadowlark, right? Western meadowlark might be the most. It's Oregon, Wyoming. Oh, Annie's making some noise. Oh, here comes Lou with another bird for her to eat. Very cool. And look at the sun setting over Berkeley there. This is gorgeous. Oh, man, this is cool. Look at the majesty of this Peregrine Falcon. This is a live cam, in case you're just joining us. Live cam from Berkeley, California, atop Sather Tower, high above the UC Berkeley campus. These are the Cal Falcons here. And what a view. It really is lovely. Beautiful. So yeah, he's just kind of hanging out there. Is he waiting for a heartbeat to stop inside this, or what's going on here? What's he doing? She's like, come feed me and feed these chicks. Yeah. Look at it brooding over the gullible city, says Lilith Obo. But the northern cardinal is repeated by 7 states. Is the cardinal the most... the most represented state bird? It might be. Oh! He's flying off. What gives? Is he coming back? Huh. Oh, it is the meadowlark. That's what I thought. Yeah, yeah. Wrong menu item. Is there a southern cardinal? I think there is, or at least I think there are more southern cardinals down in like Mexico, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah. He's like, what? Where's my food? Oh. Little Tobo says he knows we're watching. I mean, lots and lots of people are watching right now. Holy cow. We're not the only ones. But yeah. Yeah. Well, he'll be back. When we hear some more squeaking. Oh, look at the babies underneath. Oh. Then we can return to that tab. But what were we looking at? We're looking at state birds and the robin and yeah. Anyway, I've got an ukulele song idea for the robin, but I've not yet finished it. One of these days, I'll finish it. But very nice, Britt. Very nice. The American robin is... I'll show you how distant it is from the European robin. European robin. There we go. The European robin is a... What kind of bird is it? Like, what's the larger group? Somebody in chat will know. Green herring will probably know. The European robin looks like this. Yeah. And this is actually the same bird from, Wait, what? Here we go. From the birds' rights activist profile on Twitter. Yeah, giving all kinds of commentary on yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah, one of the best accounts on the bird website. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah, we were looking at, that's the European robin, which is a kind of, what? An old world flycatcher. Is that right? It's close at least. Yeah, I think flycatchers are over here. But yeah, yeah. The American robin. And here is our European robin right here. The American robin is a thrush, I believe. So, like, not close at all to a European robin. Yeah. So, again, this is why we use scientific names. Turdus migratorius. Not the prettiest sounding name, but, you know, it'll help us distinguish that from the European robin. You know? So, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's a kind of thrush. There we go. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Thank you, Britt, for posting that. That's lovely. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. And Green Herring says, a very exciting lifer for me. Holy cow, you're having one of these after another, Green Herring. Very exciting stuff. An American woodcock and her babies. When I first spotted them, Mom had all the little ones tucked up underneath her. Then she stretched her wings, stood up, and 4 tiny floofs came pouring out. And yes, I got to see them do the woodcock dance. That is super, super cool. I actually have a cold open video that I've been working on for a while now that's going to feature this remarkable bird. First of all, let's just admire this photo. That's beautiful, green herring. Really, really lovely. The American woodcock. If you're not familiar with these birds, chat, you will thank me, and you'll thank Green Herring for bringing these up. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. They really do dance like this. They don't sound like this. The music was added in post. But, yeah. I have read that they do this dance to let you know that they know that you see them. Yeah. So it's like, hey, I know you're a predator, and you might want to eat me, but I'm aware that you see me. Don't even bother to rush over here and try and eat me, because I see you. You can't sneak up on me. I'm dancing to let you know that I know you're there. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. So the dance is a taunt. I guess so, Lilith Hobo. Yeah. 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 Good stuff. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. So that's the classic American woodcock dance. They're also known as timber doodles, I think some people call them. Ah. Excuse me. Yeah. So yeah, pretty excellent. Oh, and there's the same song. Shoot, let's start that over. Yeah. What luck. So very, very cool, green herring. An American woodcock and some fuzzy chicks. Really, really beautiful. That's super neat, green herring. I always appreciate your posts and the stories that go with them. Super, super cool, green herring. I'm impressed. And their bills are flexible to allow them to probe for insects and worms. Yep. Pretty neat. Thank you again for sharing, green herring. That's always a joy. Thank you. And yeah. This is Domino. He is a Polish rooster, various hens. Look at that handsome face. Wow. Very, very nice. I always like looking up close at birds' faces because they've got this, like, these various kinds of plumage. Some of them have little eyelash feathers. Some of them have little, like, whisker feathers. Like, soft little feathers around the margins of the skin and the beak. And then, of course, it moves on to the feathers that insulate them and feathers that are used for display. It makes me wonder what kind of feathers dinosaurs would have had on their faces. Feathered dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. Did dinosaurs have little feathery eyelashes and whiskers and stuff like that, too? Pretty cool. And not just a face a mother could love. I could be quite fond of this bird, too. I'm sure he is a very good rooster. Very cool, various hens. Very, very cool. Thank you. Yeah. Now, I think it's a titmouse, says Mechaholic. I think you might be right. Is this a titmouse? Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Oh, that's a phoebe. Is that a black phoebe? Okay. Okay. Let's look up, Black Phoebe. I always get phoebes mixed up with kingbirds. Because around here, the kingbirds are also dark colored like that. There we go. Yeah, a black phoebe. Eastern phoebe. Say's phoebe. And then we've got flycatchers and... Yeah, I guess they're not close related to a titmouse. Or titmouses. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you for posting there, Mechaholic. Very nice. Yeah. That's one of your favorite burbs? It's beautiful, Origin. Very nice, Mechaholic. This is an excellent photo. Like, almost too good. Almost too good. Yeah. And, Notsup, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And you've seen Eastern Phoebes, but not Black Phoebes. This might be an Eastern Phoebe, shoot. And Kingbirds and Phoebes are both types of flycatchers. Okay, Green Herring, so I'm not... It's not that I'm that incompetent as a birder. Getting Phoebes and Kingbirds mixed up if they're both flycatchers. That's good to know. Thank you, Green Herring. Yeah. Conrad says, dig, if you will, the picture. That's lovely. We've got some doves. Columba livae. These are pigeons, are they not? I think white doves like this are a kind of... They're just a particular phenotype of pigeon, right? Columba livae? Yeah. Or is it Livia? Yeah, rock pigeon. Columba livia. Over here. Highly respected dove, says Very Italian. Yes. Yeah. But yep. The rock pigeon. And with all of the literal billions of pigeons around the world, don't you think they could have gotten a better photo? Conrad's picture is so much better than this. I mean, holy cow, look at that. That's a much better photo than this one right here. I don't get that. I don't get it. Guest photographer, John Woo. Go, Bette Midler. Yeah. 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 Yeah, so the white doves that you see at weddings, like really fancy weddings, I guess. I don't know. I've seen them on TV. Those are pigeons. The rock dove, originally from Africa, and we've got another one right here. Oh wait, no. I thought this was the back of a rock pigeon, but it's not. Who is this? Some kind of hawk right there. I am not well versed enough in my raptors to tell you who this is. Except I can tell you it doesn't really look like... It's definitely not a vulture. It doesn't look like a red-tailed or red-shouldered hawk. Doesn't look like an eagle. Is this maybe a kestrel? Or some sort of a cypterine like that? I don't know. Could be another peregrine, Neverwinter. Maybe. I wonder. Although peregrines like to be up higher than this, I would guess. This doesn't seem like it's super, super high. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Is that a Prince was that a Prince reference earlier? Did I just completely miss that? Dig, if you will, this picture. This is what it looks like when doves fly. And Very Italian says, is an owl a bird? Yes, absolutely, owls are birds. And what's going on here? They're making some noise. Is Annie making noise, or is another bird making noise right here? Looking at our live stream from Berkeley. Huh, I don't know. Yeah. What's the commotion about? Anyway, let's look up owls real quick here, because owls are indeed a kind of bird. Strigiformes are owls. Strigidae. Yeah. So owls are over here. And they are related to other birds like hornbills, kookaburras, kingfishers. Yeah, owls and barn owls. Strigiformes are indeed birds. So yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Anyway, cool, Conrad. Thank you. We've got a hawk here from Art Forever. Very nice. I still don't know what kind of hawk that is. They can be difficult to identify, especially when they're young, and they don't have their adult plumage yet. So yeah, I'm not very good with raptor identification. But I can tell you that this one here is a peregrine falcon. Because this is the peregrine falcon cam. But yeah. Yeah. And he was singing hawk, 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 lol. That almost sounds like a falcon kind of a call, but I don't know. Yeah. And Lenina says a floofed up mockingbird chilling outside the movie theater this past weekend. Very nice. Yeah. Mockingbirds are really remarkable. They're very, very cool, Lenina. This is neat. See, this is a classic Thursday Birdsday shot. Just an LBB, a little brown bird, outside a movie theater. Maybe waiting for some popcorn. Although, mockingbirds don't really... They're not going to eat popcorn as much as, say, a pigeon or a gull or a house sparrow would. Or a starling. I think they like to eat bugs and stuff like that more. I don't think they're really eating human refuse all that often. But yeah, that's very nice. Thank you, Lenina, for posting. Mockingbirds. Here's some advice, chat. Don't anybody ever kill a mockingbird, nor should you ever mock a killing bird, most especially. That will not end well for you. So yeah, anyway. Even if the mockingbird is floofed up. Yeah. Remember our goose friend? Yeah, Lilith Obo. Imagine that, but more. Northern Cardinal. Reezy, that... Oh, boy. Yeah. Interesting. Is it taking the red from the feeder and then combining that with the kind of rufous squirrel belly and saying, oh yeah, cardinal? That's pretty funny. The AI can't be wrong. AI is never wrong. Reality is wrong. And Dr. Terra says, happy late Easter plus burrowing owls. Very unique cohabitation in the Dallas Aquarium. Let's take a look at this. A rabbit and a burrowing owl. That is pretty neat. No, I think these two might get along pretty well together in the wild because they both live in burrows and stuff. And I think both of these creatures will actually inhabit burrows dug out by gopher tortoises. Gopherus polyphemus, like we were talking about earlier. That's pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome. So thank you so much for sharing. That's really neat. I love this. A burrowing owl and a rabbit.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Ikawala, thank you for the 15 months of support. And Tradoon to you too. Thank you for keeping me here on the air for the past 15 months. Holy cow. Appreciate that. I really, really do. If it were not for your ongoing support and the support of supporters like you, I would not be able to do this. So thank you, Koala, and thanks for supporting this community. Yeah. Dr. Terra, that's really neat. I like that a lot. What a cool enclosure there. Yeah. The Dallas Aquarium. I've never been. Well, if I'm ever in Texas again, I will see if I can visit. And Freya says the so-called Guardians of the Tower that I captured at the... This is the Tower of London? Yeah! Oh, that's really, really neat. These ravens are famous. Yeah. Shoot, let me pull up a video there. Yeah. There we go.
Come on, you lot. Come on, then. My name is Christopher Scaife. I am a yeoman warder at the Tower of London, and as a job, also, I am the Raven Master.
Yeah.
Is it breakfast?
Oh, you linked some videos. Is this one of the videos, Freya? I picked this one because it's nice and short, but yeah.
This is Melina. She's quite a famous raven, actually. She appears quite a lot on my social media pages. I mean, we are surrounded.
I follow him on Twitter, I think.
Here at the Tower of London, and one of those legends is a connection with the ravens and the Tower of London. We have 6 ravens by royal decree. Should the ravens leave the Tower of London, it will crumble to dust, and a great harm will befall the kingdom. Actually, I have 8 here. Presently, I have 2 spare just in case. So my job is making sure that they're healthy and looked after, and they stay here at the Tower of London.
Yeah.
It's lovely. So that's all the ravens fed. During the last couple of months we've been locked down. We've now opened up the Tower of London to the public, so visitors can come and see us here at the Tower of London. And so during that period of time, the ravens didn't actually see anybody during the lockdown period. And so there were slight changes that I noticed during that period of time. For instance, I had to keep them occupied because without the public being in, there were less things for them to do. So
yeah,
I gave
they
them
get bored.
enrichment toys that would help them kind of enjoy their day. I hid food for them, so they should go and find food in and around the tower. Will you stop it? Sorry, it's very unusual for them to do that because she's actually looking at herself in the mirror. So it's one of the things that we have in there as an enrichment tool. During the lockdown period, of course, some of the ravens we kept in. I needed to make sure that they was getting the right diet and getting the right food. With no one around here, there was no bins to go through or anything like that. And so I'd keep a few of the ravens in. Which was, you know, it's something I don't particularly like doing because this is their home, but this is their home. The Tower of London is their home, so I would never want to keep a raven in an enclosure. Come on then, are you ready? Are you ready?
Oh.
So over the last couple of years, what I've been trying to do is a minimum wing trim policy.
I didn't know they had trimmed wings. Okay.
So we did actually allow the ravens here at the Tower of London to fly. So it's taken me an awful long time to get them to be flying around the tower but staying here as well. But unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we've had to do a little bit more wing trimming this time round to keep them here. Of course, we don't want the legend to come true.
Yeah. Well, once again, modern dinosaurs turn out to be remarkably important. If, shoot. I guess that'll be the end of the UK if those ravens ever leave, so better make sure that they stay. Holy cow. I'm so glad you got to see them. That is super cool, Freya. That is super cool. Yeah. Very cool. Ravens, some of the most intelligent animals on Earth. Really extraordinary. Yeah, shoot, we didn't even talk about that today. We might have to do that tomorrow. Talking about dinosaur intelligence. But it's, anyway, these are some of the smartest of modern dinosaurs. So yeah, pretty cool. Yeah. And wait, here's another one. Oh, play. Oh. Look at those floofy feathers. They're very social birds, too. They love hanging out and, you know, playing tricks on each other and stuff. Yeah. Eating our ancestors. I mean, mice aren't our ancestors, but I get what you mean, Lilithobo, yeah. Yeah, if it were a Mesozoic little mouse-like mammal, then that would very much be one of our ancestors. Anyway, thank you so much for sharing, Frey. That's really, really cool. I'm so glad you got to see them. If I ever go to London, that's what I'm going to be... One of the things I'm going to be most excited to see is the ravens at the Tower of London. Very cool. Yeah. And I highly recommend Yeoman Warder's Raven Master Chris Scave's The Raven Master. Buy the audiobook too, you won't be sorry. Cool, Golganek, very cool. Yeah. I hope it's okay to stretch Thursday Birdsday's parameters to include this not quite a bird yet. No, there's a bird in there. Golganek, absolutely. Found this morning in the basket on my front porch. That's lovely. Very, very cool. What kind of bird is this from? Doesn't look like a robin egg. Wonder who that's from, Golganek. Very, very cool. Yeah. This Prototheropoda's pleasantly loud parents. Fingers crossed for a successful hatch. Nice. Not a prototheropod. They are theropods. But yeah. Yeah. You could say modern theropod. Yeah. But future burb. There you go, Green Herring. Yeah. That would actually be a great band name. Future Bird. In fact, it's probably taken already. Band names apparently are really hard to come by. Like original band names. And Kirsten Games says, here's a chickadee I seen while walking the other day. Is that a chickadee? It is a chickadee. I can see it, yeah. See the black cap on its head. And then the black chin. Very neat. Chickadees are remarkable birds. Their call when they go like chickadee-dee-dee, that call that they have, apparently the number of D's at the end of that, the dee-dee-dee, it'll be like more dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee if there's like a threat nearby and they want to express that, then it'll have more D's at the end. Yeah. And it is some pretty excellent camouflage there, to be certain. There's your chickadee right there. Very nice. Here, let me see if I can find you a video that talks about the chickadee calls. Chickadee call meaning. Try and find you a... Let's see. These are all like 10 minutes long. Let's try this.
The broken D. Probably my favorite chickadee call, the broken D, can only be heard during the breeding season and for a short period, like a week or two. And if you hear it, then you know you have yourself a female, since it is only females who make it.
Interesting.
They begin using it once the nest cavity has been completed and through.
I didn't know they're cavity nesters. That's really cool.
If the male is nearby, the calls are often accompanied by wing quivering, and usually elicit feeding by the male. Females use it almost constantly, except maybe when they are eating.
Huh.
This vocalization seems to be an important part of courtship, helping to keep the pair in close proximity and setting the stage for copulation.
Huh. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. Chickadees are just endlessly fascinating birds. They really, really are. Yeah, and here's the Phoebe call.
The Phoebe song.
Yeah. Not to be confused with the black Phoebe that we saw earlier, which is a kind of bird. When we say Phoebe here, F-E-E-B-E-E, yeah, like that, that's like a, an onomatopoeia, I guess. It's, I don't know, it's describing the sound of the call. Yeah.
Phoebe song.
Very cool.
It's mainly produced by male black-capped chickadees and can be heard throughout the year, but more so in late winter and especially during spring. Often, the Phoebe song is referred to as the Hey Sweetie, which fits perfectly since one of the reasons males sing it is to charm a female.
Oh.
So, yeah, hey, sweetie. It turns out that this song is a rather complex one, too, used to signal aggression to other males, defend a territory, and attract and arouse females.
Interesting.
Studies have shown that male chickadees can tell who is who just by listening to each other sing. Through these songs, they can also detect who is the more dominant male in the area.
Pretty cool. Just the language of chickadees is pretty amazing. And, very nice photo there. Classic Thursday Birdsday photo from Kirsten Games. Very nice. I like that a lot. Yeah. But yeah. And Vigilante says, saw a heron today, hiding in a field far away from the park to avoid the half-term rush of screaming children. I feel you, heron. Shoot, if you don't copy-paste that message, it might, fly into your kitchen tonight, make a mess of your pots and pans. Couldn't get a picture because I was holding onto the dog. I'm not sure how he acts with birds yet, as he's only young. Oh, the dog. Thank you for keeping the dog by your side and not letting the dog go and harass any birds, Vigilante. I wish more dog owners were as responsible as you. Thank you, Vigilante. Paleo salute. Yeah. There you go for it, Polyphemus. Exactly. Yeah. And just everyday wildlife in Cancun. Very nice. We've got some Indian peafowl here. Check that out. Truly impressive. This is a male, also known as a peacock. Impressive. Impressive bird there. You don't often get to see them from the back, so that's kind of cool too. I like that. Very cool there, Afro Bandit Girl. Very cool indeed. And you were blessed with it. That's awesome, Afro Bandit Girl. Very, very cool. That's beautiful. It really is. Nicely acquired. That's super cool. That's super, super cool. Holy moly, is that neat. You got very lucky there. The amount of effort that these critters go through to grow those big, ridiculous plumes. And you got to keep one? I mean, that really is a blessing. Super neat. Yeah. Of course, the peacock is a wonderful example of what we call sexual selection, which is another kind of mechanism in evolution that can run counter to natural selection. These can be processes that butt heads. It's not a kind of natural selection. It's something that can work in opposition to it. So, like, trying to develop these remarkable, ridiculous feathers to attract a mate can make you more attractive to a mate and can help you, become more successful in reproducing, but it also puts you at a distinct disadvantage against predators. You're more likely to get eaten by a predator, but you're also more likely to be able to find a mate. And so these are two things that can work in opposition to each other like that. Natural selection and sexual selection can actually work in opposition. Like deer antlers, sort of. Yeah, go for us, yeah. Good example. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And Origin TT says, here's me at a previous job with a red-tailed hawk on my hand. He's blind in one eye and has some issues with his feet, so he can't be released back into the wild. Origin, that's super cool. Holy moly. Origin had a close encounter of the falconer kind with this red-tailed hawk. Super, super neat. Origin, that's really awesome. How lovely is that? Holy cow. I don't know. I've gotten to hold a bird like this before. And it's kind of amazing how they're so light, and yet they're so strong at the same time. Like, you can feel that grip from their digits, and yet they weigh almost nothing. It's really amazing. So yeah. And Ambassador Hawk's super cool. Yeah. And a real dinosaur on Origins arm. Yes, indeed. Very, very cool. Yeah, it's worth 2 in the bush. More, I would say, astronomy show. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Thank you so much for sharing, Origin. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. And we've got a red-winged blackbird from Papier Cuts. You can see that little red band on the wing. Classic Thursday Birdsday shot. Very nice. Red-winged blackbirds. Yeah. Really cool. Now, red-winged blackbirds, I remember reading when I was a kid. That red-winged blackbirds in California, yeah, there we go, that they don't have the yellow band on their wing. So like just about anywhere else in North America where you have red-winged blackbirds, red-winged blackbird, they've got red and they've got yellow like this. And I remember growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area, here in California, I had some bird books, and I was keen on trying to identify different birds, and I would see red-winged blackbirds hanging out near ponds, perching on reeds, near marshes and stuff like that, near, like, the Lafayette Reservoir, for instance. And, you know, I hear them flitting around and screeching and doing their thing. But when I'd look them up in my, my bird books, I'd go, that really looks like the picture of a red-winged blackbird in here, but the red-winged blackbirds I saw, they didn't have any yellow. What's up with that? And then I had a book that finally kind of helped solve that mystery. One California subspecies of the red-winged blackbird lacks the yellow borders to the red shoulders and has been dubbed the bicolored blackbird. Some scientists think the plumage difference may help red-winged blackbirds recognize each other when their range overlaps with the similar tricolored blackbird, which is really interesting. So this one here, spotted by Papier Cuts, I can't tell if it has the red, if it has the yellow or not, but interesting stuff. And beautiful plumage, yes indeed, Stink. Yeah. So yeah, you'll have to keep an eye out for the difference. Yeah, Tommy Ploticus, yeah. Yeah, because the ones that, let's see, bicolor blackbird, yeah, they just look like this. There's no yellow, it's just red. Yeah. So this is the kind that I grew up with here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Pretty cool, Papier Cuts. Pretty cool. Yeah. Did not know they existed with the yellow. Cool. Yeah, pretty neat, right, Golganek? Yeah. California bicolored. There we go. Yeah. And range map. So, all over California, I guess. But really nowhere else in any other states. Huh. Yeah, there's a link if you want to read more about that. There you go. Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Victorious has got, yes! Some more Canada geese here. More Canada geese. Yes. God save the geese. Yes, indeed. Very nice. Victorious. Very nice indeed. These birds have got some attitude, and that's a lovely photo you got there. And they're clearly aware of your presence, both of these geese. And they're like, you know what awaits you if you get too close to us. So just keep your distance there, photographer. Very nice. Yeah. And Bette Medler says, neighborhood pair of Cooper's hawks in Minneapolis. That's so cool, Bette Medler. Holy moly. Really nice. Just 2 of them hanging out there. Beautiful. These days, one of them is almost always on the nest while the other hunts and returns with food. Soon the leaves will be out, and they and their nest will be much more difficult to see. I bet you they timed it that way, too. They're like, yeah, we're gonna build our nest, we're gonna have babies just as the leaves are here to cover things up, and then prey will also be more plentiful. There, we got through that sentence together. Thank you. But yeah, pretty neat. Pretty neat. Cooper's hawks. Cooper's hawks, I think, do pretty well in like suburban and sometimes even urban settings. It's pretty cool to see. Pretty cool. Bette Medler, what a privilege to be able to see these wonderful birds of prey all the time in your neighborhood. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome, Bette Medler. Yeah. Yeah. And a wee bird has got a pied wagtail. Who is this? Hello. I am not familiar with this kind of bird. We might have to look them up. Yeah. Is this in Australia, maybe? When anyone asks me to ID a small black and white bird, I ask if it was in a car park. Car park sounds like it might be a Commonwealth term, like you might have down in Australia. I don't know why they seem to love car parks, but they're also very happy wee birds to watch, speeding about and wagging their tail. I had to dig through old photos of when I worked, and all I do is sit and have lunch outside and watch the birds and feel mildly annoyed if people came over to chat and scared them away. So yeah, very nice. Very nice. A pied wagtail. Let's look these up. Yeah. Look at that beautiful little bird. Holy moly. They've got some real personality. I can understand why you'd want to watch them on your lunch breaks. That's pretty cool. What a charismatic little bird. And they are not Australian. Where are they from? Oh, Ireland. Oh, birds are dead on. You are wee bird. Okay. Ireland. Very cool. Well, what a neat little bird. And they're just so cheery. I love them. That's super cool. Here. Things you need to know about the pied wagtail.
It's Liam here from A Shot of Wild.
And look at where he is. Note the setting here. Just like Birds Are Dead On was saying.
And today I'm in a car park to tell you everything you need to know about the pied wagtail.
Ah.
A car park might seem like a strange place to start a wildlife fact file, but the reason for this is simple. Pied wagtails have made a name for themselves as car park dwellers.
Birds Are Dead On speaks the truth.
These black and white birds are a subspecies of the white wagtail, which is found across most of Europe, northern Africa, Asia, and even occasionally breeds in western Alaska.
Huh.
They have a wingspan of up to 30 centimeters, grow to weigh just 27 grams, and their most notable feature is their constantly wagging tail.
Yeah, hence wagtail.
Suggestions for why they do this, including communicating with one another and for flushing out insects, but the leading theory is that it is a signal to predators that they are healthy and alert and will get away if chased.
Ah, like we were talking about earlier with the American woodcock doing that dance. Like, hey, I see you, predator. I see you. I'm gonna dance, and it's almost like I'm taunting you. You know?
In England, they don't migrate large distances, but can move to good feeding areas such as farmland during the colder months. For the rest of the year, they can be found in pretty much any open habitat, including parks, beaches, wasteland areas, and along freshwater courses. The birds from the more northern part of the country do migrate in colder years, and have been known to travel as far as Africa to spend the winter.
Wow.
For the most part, a pied wagtail's diet is made up of insects, and they are particularly fond of flies, which they expertly snatch from the air.
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did you see that? Holy cow. Wait. Let's see that again. You ready?
Particularly fond of flies, which they expertly snatch from the air.
Didn't even get up. Just... Holy moly. That was impressive. Very nonchalant.
And they're particularly fond of flies, which they expertly snatch from the air.
I want to go back and I want to watch that at like 1/4 speed. Let's see that again. Instant replay. 0.25. I had to relearn how to do a John Madden impression for this.
And they're particularly fond of flies. Which they expertly snatch.
Oh!
Yeah.
That was... Oh, that, I was not expecting that to be that cool. That is really, really neat. Holy moly. Watch.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Was that cool. Holy moly, that's really neat.
They will also feed on seeds and scraps where invertebrates are in short supply.
Ah.
Nesting starts from mid-April, when the female alone creates a nest of twigs, grass, dead leaves and moss lined with hair, wool and feathers. These are often in rock crevices, hollow trees or holes in walls, but they'll also nest directly on the ground and sometimes on top of the abandoned nests of other birds.
They're very adaptable in terms of nesting. That's impressive.
Blue-white eggs,
yeah.
Which the pair share the incubation of for 12 to 14 days. After the chicks hatch, both parents...
And is that right? Go first. I've never actually done that before. Period, comma. We call that a semicolon. Here. And that does frame by frame. When paused.
Let's feed them in a nest.
Oh, period and comma. I'm sorry. The carrot symbols. Yeah, okay. Period and comma. You probably... People in the UK probably also say semicolon, don't they? Not period, comma. I'm thinking of inverted commas. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Thank you, Go For Us. Thanks for teaching me that. I appreciate it.
After fledging, the lighter-coloured young birds follow their parents around, constantly begging for food. This lasts for a further 2 to 3 weeks, after which point the young move out of the territory and the parents start nesting again.
Huh.
Each pair can have 2 to 3 broods in a year, although those in upland areas may only attempt to nest once in a season.
Fewer resources, that makes sense. Yeah.
Pied wagtails have a long history alongside people, and as such have developed several nicknames over the years. These include Penny and Polly Dishwasher. It's thought that this was given to them as they would often be seen in the same areas where people would wash their pots and pans before homes had running water.
Oh, it's Polly Dishwasher. He's hanging out with Jimmy Freebellies. It's Polly Dishwasher. Oh, hang on. It's 7 p.m. and there are our... Where were we? Nope. Here. Yeah, there's Annie. You could hear the clang clang of the bell. Yeah, on top of the bell tower. But yeah, she's still doing well. Anyway, let's continue.
In the winter in urban areas, pied wagtails can form really large overnight roosts of up to 3,000 birds.
3,000 birds?
Unfortunately,
that's impressive. It really is.
As there are no copyright-free images on the internet, but it's worth a Google.
Okay.
There are currently around 470.
Shoot, we've got a live broadcast here. Let's find that. Pied wagtail roosts. Holy cow, that is impressive. It's like a Christmas tree, but it's full of birds instead of ornaments. That is impressive. Wow. Very social birds, too. I love these guys. I was not aware of them until today. Thank you for sharing, Birds of the Dawn. Very cool.
And they are one of the few species whose numbers are...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Eating more birds like this? Eating more birds. Bird eating more flies like this?
Breed in pairs of pied wagtail in the UK. And they are one of the few species whose...
How do they do that? It didn't even leave the roof. Just like, here comes a fly. Oh. Are they suction feeding? Are they sucking in air like a teleost fish? What are they doing there?
Numbers are actually increasing here. In the wild, they have an average lifespan of 2 years.
That's magical.
One bird was recorded at 11...
The flies are just like, do me next. They just line up to go down this bird's gullet.
One of the few species whose numbers are actually increasing here. In the wild, an average lifespan of 2 years, but one bird was recorded at 11 years and 3 months of age.
Excuse me. Nolo says UK flies have evolved to fly into their mouths. Evidently. Wow.
Well, there we go. Hopefully you learned something new. If you did, check out this other British wildlife video, and if you like that, then subscribe to the channel for future content.
You know what?
Thanks for watching.
I'm going to subscribe.
And I'll see you next time.
That was beautiful. I liked that a lot. Yeah. There you go. There's a link in chat to that video. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Thank you for introducing us to the pied wagtail. What a beautiful bird there, Birds with That On. What a beautiful bird. And true to form, it's there in a car park. Or what we would call a parking lot here in the States, but since it's in Ireland, it's a car park. Very cool. Very cool. And we've got... These are not... Yeah, not birds, Dinosaur Dave, but tiny bats? You know, bats very much wish that they were birds. But unfortunately, they are cursed with the mark of the mammal. And, But yeah, that's... Ew, something about that just, like, squicks me out a little bit. I don't know. But thank you for sharing, Dinosaur Dave. And, we've got a baby emu. Getting the zoomies. Oh, man. I can imagine little non-avian theropods or little baby ornithopods having the same thing. That is adorable. Holy cow. How lovely is that? Fantastic. I could watch them too, Scary Printer Sounds. Just amazing. Yeah. Oh my goodness. If I ever get a big plot of land, which, let's be honest, it's probably not on the cards. But, man, would I love to have emus. Oh, my goodness. Oh, they're just lovely. Yeah, just don't mention the war. Yeah, roses and tea, I won't. Yeah. Oh, that really is lovely. Yeah. Thank you for sharing there, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate it. I do. And Zalika's got some Canada geese to round things out for us. Yeah. Now, this actually reminds me. Yeah, here. I'll dip into an old book. One that I found really inspiring when I was a kid. Nowadays, I've got kind of mixed feelings about it in certain places, but The Dinosaur Heresies by Bob Bacher. At the very end of the book, you know, Bob Bacher's kind of made the case back in 1986 that birds are descended from dinosaurs. And here, the very last lines of the book. Yeah. Let us squarely face the dinosaurness of birds and the birdness of the dinosauria. When the Canada geese honk their way northward, we can say, the dinosaurs are migrating. It must be spring. Yeah, that's what we have right here. And thank you, Zalok, for posting it. And with that, we will now wrap up our Thursday Birdsday. Thanks for watching, everybody. And don't go away just yet. We are going to continue the birds. Yeah, if you would like to, what was it? calfalcons.berkeley.edu. Check out that website. For the live cams of the Peregrine Falcons, again, there is Annie brooding over her little baby falcons there. So check that out. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in the chat, whether you followed today, whether you subscribed or resubscribed, whether you gifted subs, whether you cheered with bits, or whether you just watched or lurked or whatever. Thank you for your support. And doubly so for the moderators who help keep things going smoothly here. Appreciate all of you. Thank you to everybody who has supported this channel and continues to do so. It is such a privilege to be able to bring science content to you 5 days a week. And I am deeply grateful for the privilege. And thank you, Stink. I appreciate you. Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and I think we're going to go right into Hoot House livestream for today. And see some baby owls. There we go. Yeah. And potentially some baby red-tailed hawks. All the babies, all the owl babies, and all the hawk eggs are doing well. So says the title. So let's go continue the theropod dinosaur admiration. Thank you everybody for everything. And I will see you tomorrow for a special review game of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist and some additional fossil news. So thank you everybody.